we're picking back up with Calderis. Last session was you guys arriving. You had a bit of a kerfuffle with sort of the administration upon arrival, which a few of you found suspicious, and Sky agreed. So you trailed him, found out that he met someone at a casino that was run by a local gang. Doesn't seem to be affiliated to the gang, but maybe that's just being obfuscated somehow. Met with a guy who was described as being older, so like wrinkled hands and stuff like that, but covered their face, and the big identifying feature they had was that pure crystalline ring they were wearing. Other than that, you've sort of taken in the locale, found out about this missing figure, Victor, who most of the local people love and respect, but it turns out has been on the take, taking money from the base commander here to kind of push back on only select things and sort of take some public wins to gain some credibility and whatever you might say, but secretly has been helping push the agenda of the base commander here. I think that's most of the major stuff that was uncovered. We left off with a couple of you, I think Adhira and Uther, going with Sky to try and interrogate / maybe trick the admin.
We had been doing this at the same time, so whoever
It was me and Caliban.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. It was Caliban and Adhira, sorry. So Caliban and Adhira has gone with Sky. And you guys are currently taking the elevator down. As it is sort of clicking and descending as you're moving down one stage at a time, Sky, who's sort of taken a seat, like one knee up, sort of thinking at the moment, seems to be pondering what the best way to either trick this guy is, or maybe just try and confront him. She's not sure yet. She looks at the two of you and just says, we could, one of you could offer to buy the information off of him. Maybe you could name a price that he'd be interested in. Caliban certainly seems to have the air of someone with the money to do it. The question is whether that's his motivation.
Well, just give me a letter and a wax seal, and I might be able to come up with something.
She pats herself down and says, I have nothing on me for now. Maybe we could find something like that down in the location, but it'd be best if he doesn't see me. If he thinks he's around, then he'll be on guard.
Yeah. I would say keep a distance from us in case he sees us while we're making the preparations.
Unless anyone's got any other ideas other than trying to falsely buy the guy out, then you can lure him to the train.
I could try and convince him that I went in on their whole operation, but I've caught wind of the money that's being moved and the opportunities that are made, and tell him I'm willing to betray the rest of my friends. Lure him on the train for a conversation in private, and then we nab him.
Sky looks at you, Caliban. You could lay in wait with me, or find some way to support Adhira's story. I don't mind whichever route you take, so long as he ends up on the train, I can do my part.
Alright. I still believe my letter will work, but in case you want to go with your idea, I might as well give you the letter as a sort of redundancy.
No, let's try your way. I'll lay in wait with Sky.
Well, I was gonna have you run as a courier.
Oh, I see. Tell him
Because I'm a Caliban von Halleck. Why would I meet this person face to face?
As much as I hate your reasoning, you're right.
She looks to the two of you and says, I think it has a chance of working. But what then? You're going to write a note to meet you on the train? Is that the gist of what you're planning?
Preferably ASAP. With a keen interest in whatever your services may be. Your being him.
Okay. She thinks for a moment and says, Adhira, I'm no good at being quiet, as it were. I don't have the utensils in order to write the letter that Caliban requires, but the central desk, the area where all the information flows through as we come off of the elevator to the left, if you head there, you might be able to slip the letter and other things into your pocket, shall we say.
I could do that.
If we start there, then Caliban, you can write the message, and then we can either have Adhira deliver it, or we can get one of the couriers to bring it over. That way all three of us can lie in wait. Maybe if he sees one of us, it'll spook him, I don't know.
I was going to... my secondary reason for having Adhira running as a courier was also so she could, once she is out of eyeshot, she can maintain a distance and be able to, I don't know, relay information for us rather than just have some courier.
True, if he doesn't take the bait, maybe having Adhira signal us that he's heading for the elevator means that I can take things more forcefully into my hands if need be.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I could also try grabbing him if it comes to it.
I'd be more concerned about them opening fire on you than I am myself, Adhira.
Oh, that's true. They have guns.
Caliban looks at his gangly arms.
Alright. As the elevator comes down, there's a bustle of activity that you sort of saw when you were first here last time. She moves to a kind of secluded area in the cargo bay with Caliban. At that point, she kind of gestures to the desk as she's moving away with Caliban that she wants you to try and take something from Adhira. It's kind of set against the cave wall down here, and there's a big metal net behind it to kind of make sure that if any of it breaks away, it doesn't just crush the people working there. Big desk, lots of different paperwork moving across it. There are a few guards nearby keeping an eye on it, but they're more keeping an eye on the train yard at large. It just so happens that they're kind of stood with their backs near the wall facing outwards from there. You can see that there is paper, letters, there's wax for using for seals and things like that, kind of just over the lip of the protective. It's not like a complete barrier, but if you imagine there's a desk and then there's like a foot of wooden material that kind of juts up that stops you just like reaching over it easily. That's what you're seeing in front of you where you need to try and get this stuff from. I don't know if there's a particular route you would like to take with this.
There are people manning the desk, yes.
There are 3 people, like administrators, at the desk. The desk itself looks like it has space for maybe 10 people at its busiest. So a good portion of the desk is unused and unwatched right now. The bigger problem you have is sort of like 2 guards holding guns, armored peacekeepers, stood with their backs up against the walls, and they're looking not like directly at where you want to reach and grab, but they're looking out from where they are and between where you would be and them. Like that's where you would have to kind of reach over. It's sort of in the peripherals of what they're looking at.
Trying to think what tricks do I have? I think the base plan, as I'm looking through my stuff, is to go up to one of the attendants and sweet talk them enough, and then convince them to look away. Like, ask for something that's gonna have them turn around, just
Gotcha.
enough for me to.
It's either it could be performance or deception. I'd be happy with either.
They are the same thing. I'm gonna go with performance because I'm putting on an act.
Yeah, agreed. 12. You start talking to them. You sort of get like a conversation going. They start asking about what it is in particular you're here for. They recognize you as being like an EK that's here to assist with some sort of investigation, but beyond that, they don't understand why you would need to be at the desk, which kind of puts them a little bit on edge. So that when you're like, "Oh, can you show me?" Like, they don't turn around instinctively and give you an opening. They seem to want to understand what your purpose is at present. So they're starting to question you a little bit. Atira, you're finding.
Don't know. My lord. I don't know what I could do. What if...
Yeah.
Go on.
You
Oh,
give me an intelligence
I was gonna
check
say,
as Atira, and I can see if Atira can come up with something if you're not sure of what you personally want Atira to do, if you get me, Atira, in this moment, you're like, normally this works, right? Like, normally when I go up to people and like, oh, ho, ho, hi, I'm a nice young girl, I have no ulterior motives, most people are like, yeah, fair enough. But this official...
the worst place for this.
This official is like not phased by you whatsoever. She seems...
Could
Yeah.
Could I do an insight check on them? Could I buy a letter with my money?
Give me an insight check. 15. They don't look immune to being bribed, as it were. There is a sense of, when you're looking at them, they're wearing their standard uniform, but there are a few extra things to their attire that makes you think that they might enjoy the finer things in life. Some nice earrings and bits and pieces like that. Things that probably aren't cheap and probably aren't easy to buy on the sort of salary that they're working with right now. So that is one inclination you have towards the fact that you could maybe bribe them, you would say, with insight.
How would the subtle barter of... Well, this is also me as a player gauging the worth. Is 20 gold a lot?
20 gold is a decent amount, I would say, right? Like, it's maybe like a night of drinks. Like, it's a frivolous night out, I would say.
I'm gonna say 30 gold then for a letter.
Okay. Give me a persuasion check with advantage. You pull your little crystal card out, and you ask in sort of a subtle way, how much would it cost for these certain materials, which should be free so long as you have a legitimate purpose for them. The understanding passes quite quickly. She sort of asks you how much you'd be willing to pay, and when you say 30 gold pieces, she sort of says, you need a letter and envelope?
Yes, please, and thank you.
She gives you the letter, the envelope, the kind of wax for sealing it, and all those things. She takes a little personal card out of her pocket and, very like glancing around a little, taps it to yours. The transfer of money between the two crystal cards is complete. She pockets it and smiles and says, I wish you luck with your investigation.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You as well.
And I walk back towards the other.
Yeah, you walk back. Caliban, she has the envelope, the wax seal, and everything you would need in order to, not the wax seal, but the wax for sealing. You would need to write your letter.
Yeah, basically he's gonna take like just a pencil or a pen or something, and he's gonna start like writing in his usual high craft calligraphy.
Mm. Do you want to give me a deception check with advantage? Because you're trying to trick them onto the train, I think, right? And like make it convincing in a sense.
Mm-hmm. Give me 1 second. Let me just open up the profile. Deception at advantage.
Please and thank
1
you.
second. Alrighty. Wow.
20. Okay. In your best joined up writing, you flow together a message that essentially states you would like to hire him for his talents that he has portrayed so far, and to meet you.
Using keywords that are at least more legible than others, such as you, your info, and hefty sum.
Gotcha. Yeah, you fold the letter away. I assume that Caliban has a ring or some other object on him that bears his family's
Like a
crest.
signet ring.
Yeah. I assume Caliban has something like that. I don't know whether it's like a necklace or a ring that you have, or...
I didn't have a signet ring in mind, but
I mean, more asking what you think Caliban would carry with him. Like, is it... It could be the hilt of your sword, or it could be anything, really. I'm just more interested in, like how does...
Does he just have like a stamp he hits it with?
It's like an actual, like, junk stamp.
like...
What
I
do
guess
you-
a signet ring works, like on his on his like index finger.
Do you wear it, or do you have it like on a chain or something like that, or is it like on your hand at all times, or?
Like he keeps it like occasionally when he's not in combat, he keeps the signet ring like turned towards the palm.
Got you. So normally it would be like turned away during a fight or something like that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you press your seal to it. Atira, you have the letter from Caliban.
Fancy.
Well, the writing is. Everything else is a little less up to my standards. But I
That's
suppose it will do.
First time I've seen someone using a ring to stamp some wax.
It's an archaic fashion.
Whatever it is, let's hope it works. Come on, Caliban, let's get to the train.
Of course.
And the two of you start using the crowds to sort of mask your approach, but Sky moves quickly, kind of ducking her head a little. She's a little bit taller than some of the other people about.
Sky moves quickly, and Caliban is very visible.
Yeah, Atira, heading to the desk, yeah.
Yes.
Heading over, the administrator that dealt with you before, I don't think you guys got his name, but you'd recognize him when you saw him. He's not at the same desk he was yesterday. He's like one train over, like one station over, I should say, or one terminal. What's the word I'm looking for? Platform. There we go. Platform. One platform over from where you were yesterday. Seems like they rotate through in like a circle to make sure they're not in the same spot too much. He does seem to notice you approaching. There's a little flicker of concern that you notice, but it doesn't stay long as you get closer. As you get near him, he kind of looks at you and says, no longer dealing with your platform, I'm afraid.
Well, one of my compatriots has a letter for you. And from how he was talking, it's a proposition. And I slide the letter across his desk.
He furrows his brow, recognizes the seal, of course, picks up the letter, Do you stay and watch him open it, or do you move away at that point, Atira?
I I'm going to give him some space. I'm going to move away out of sight, but hide basically.
Give me a stealth check, please. And are you trying to keep an eye on his face at the same time, or are you trying to read him at all? Or...
Yeah.
Okay, give me an insight check as well.
No.
Takes the letter opener, slides it, opens up the letter, begins to read it. Unfortunately for you, he gets a few lines in, seems to click what this might be, and there are some other people around, so he turns and then the piece of paper comes in front of his face. You just lose all sight of how he's taking the information on it. You watch him fold the letter up. He goes deep into thinking for maybe a minute or so, Atira. But eventually he tucks the letter in his pocket and turns to the person next to him, says something you can't hear, and then stands up from his seat and begins to leave the booth while someone else slides over to sort of take over what he was doing. On a 22 stealth, you watch him go past you and start to head towards the Naiad Storm.
I follow from a respectable distance.
Okay. You follow as, as closely as you feel comfortable. He gets nearer to the train, stops a second, looks around, but keeping your 22, he doesn't spot you. He steps up onto the platform area, goes to get onto the train. You see Sky's hand come out, grab him by the collar, and just pull him into the train. From Caliban, from your point of view, obviously there's the shape on the door just before it slides open as someone's outside. You watch Sky's hand come out, lift this guy clean off his feet, and then turn and just put him up against the wall. The look on his face is first shock and then that dawning realization of how stupid can I be, as he realizes very quickly that he's been tricked into this position. She smiles at him and says, "It's good. It seems you understand the situation you're in. You understand my jurisdiction here, and you understand the rank that I can pull. You tried to bar me entry into the mines yesterday. Tell me why." He starts to stumble over his words very quickly, because of the issues with Victor and his disappearance. She frowns at him and just says, "I know you met someone afterwards. You were followed to the bar. We know their description. We know where they are. I'm giving you a chance here. Tell me, what is it they asked you to do? What did they pay you? And maybe I can be more lenient than when I find out straight from them, because you know they're going to sell you out." Caliban, is there anything you want to do in this moment? Because you know she's lying. You have no idea who this guy was. You've got no real good description of him. Is there anything you want to do in this moment to support her lie? Is there anything that you want to add to what she just said?
I'm sorry, what was it that she said? My internet cut out briefly.
Basically, she said, "We already know where the person is that you met up with. We already sort of are going to get him, and if you don't tell me what happened, he'll sell you out." But obviously you have no idea where this guy is, so she's bluffing right now. Is there anything you want to say to kind of support any of the statements she made?
I don't think there's anything I can say in this moment.
No. Anything else you'd like to do? Whether it be put pressure on him any other way, but obviously if not, then I'll have Sky roll and then we'll go from there.
Let me insight check. Let's see if he already thinks she's lying or telling the truth.
Yeah, go for it. On a 9, or you can read this as panic, really. That's kind of all that you've got. You can tell he's panicked, unfortunately, Caliban, and that's sort of overwriting everything else. Are you happy there, Caliban?
Okay, I'm here.
No worries. Are you, so after the insight check, you're not really able to get anything from him. He's too panicked to sort of read, unfortunately. Is there anything more that you'd like to do, or are you happy there?
Maybe mention him to your close friend Vond.
Vaughn was the investigator that had signed out a little bit ago. That did visit here briefly. That's who Dafer is mentioning there. The pigeon, the meta pigeon.
I don't really know what I would like say
It's
to
fine.
appropriately
No.
bring him up.
No, that's fine. I'll make an intimidation check. 12. He sort of just like freezes up, which unfortunately, like if he had babbled or something like that, maybe he would have spilled his guts kind of instinctively, but the panic sort of freezes him a little bit. And at that point, like, it gives him enough time to think, where he's like, maybe this is a ruse, which like gives him enough time to sort of reevaluate his situation. He sort of says, "You can only hold me for so long. I don't know what you're talking about, and I would like to be returned to my work so that I can complete my tasks for the day." She slowly lowers him to the ground, says, "Look, I don't want to be in this position. I don't want to have to force you to talk, but I will. I just want to help my friend. If you can tell me why it is someone was trying to stop me from going down there, then maybe I can understand better what happened to her. I just want to help her. I just want to find her. If you can tell me what you know, I won't mention you at all. You can keep whatever that was given to you. I just need to know." And I'll give her a persuasion check. Unfortunately, she is not the most charismatic of individuals. In this moment, Caliban, you see him sort of harden up, and yeah, he isn't going to say anything, unfortunately. You realize that in that moment, that he's made up his mind now that he's not going to talk.
Oh boy.
At this point, she takes him to a room, locks him in like one of what do you guys have? You have the capture room and the medical room, right? I guess she's gonna lock him in the carriage that is used for containing miasmic monsters for a bit.
Good. Psychological torture.
And then come back to the two of you adhering Caliban and say, "I don't think he's gonna sell whoever it was that paid him off. I don't particularly want to physically torture him either. Unfortunately, he's called my bluff somewhat well."
Will his disappearance push any buttons? Will it make anyone make any moves?
It could. it could also bring down scrutiny on us as well. I personally think that we should try one last time and then let him go, because if we let him go, I don't think he's likely to go to the base commander. It brings up questions about what he was doing, a deeper investigation that will eventually get to the truth, but that I don't particularly have time nor patience for.
If we let him go, what's the chance that he could lead us somewhere else?
He already knows we followed him once. I don't think he'll make the same mistake twice. I can't think of anything, unfortunately. We'll have to rely on the others having found something of interest. Unless one of you has a suggestion.
Out of character.
Yeah.
I wanted to suggest just let's leave him in our room alone with Terminus for an hour. Just see how he feels afterwards.
I think that's psychological torture and probably banned by whatever this universe's idea of the Geneva Convention is. Like playing Britney Spears over loudspeakers or something like that.
I love Toxic. I don't know what you're talking about. Damn.
But yeah, she, after convening with you, tries one last time to persuade him, but he's dead set, and in the end, she is forced to let him go without getting any information. She looks at the two of you and says, "It was well tried. Maybe we'll find out what that was yet, but not today, it wouldn't seem."
Hopefully the others have discovered something.
She nods. The three of you head back to the elevator and head back up. Where do you guys want to reconvene? At the inn that you're staying at, or at the sort of public square where the elevator arrives? Because I think you guys...
I thought we were meeting up at the train, I'll be real.
Oh, in which case they can wait there. Sorry, I may have forgotten. So if you guys came down to the train...
I didn't know we were only holding him for like 5 minutes. I thought we had like a day.
I think Sky sort of tried to rush it a little bit, and unfortunately, with that being a single sort of check, once they realized that she was mostly talk, she realized she overplayed her hand and she had to let him go. It's sort of the situation that she explains when you arrive. I thought he would be more of a coward than he was, and unfortunately it backfired. What did you find at Victor's? Anything of use?
Right. First things first, I'm gonna flip open my notebook and show Caliban the symbol that was on all that stolen stuff.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I think, if I remember correctly... it's Von Calyx. Calyx is the name of the household that belongs to.
Von Hallig and Von Calyx.
Calyx, yeah. If
Oh,
you can
God.
give me a history check with advantage if you'd like to know more about them, of
I
course, Caliban.
will, actually. 1 sec.
So, Caliban, the Von Calyx household maintains a shield that belonged to the Archangels, obviously, to the Angels of Zemes. The shield can essentially alter its size to a rather enormous degree, but the weight of it doesn't change, like the mass of it doesn't change. It will just expand to cover maybe like a 20-foot square protectively, and then can be shrunk back down as well. The Von Calyx family, you seem to recall is in financial trouble at present and had to sell their manor in the sort of Lake District area and ended up moving kind of more to an area known as Stone Rose, which is sort of like a middle class section of the city, shall you say, Caliban.
Sorry, could you repeat that? They have a manor now in the Stone Rose section?
No, they don't have a manor there, but they live in the Stone Rose district. So yeah, Caliban, you know all of that. As you're looking at the symbol, you recognize the family, the heirloom that they hold, and what happened to them in terms of the fact they had to move into a different area of the city. Have you not heard much from them since?
Internet cut out after the
wow.
after the financial troubles part.
Yeah, so they moved into an area known as the Stone Rose, and so that's all the information you have really is shield that gets bigger and smaller. Financial troubles, had to move to a middle-class district in the city, and you haven't really heard much about them since. Must have been 5 years ago or so that they had their problems and had to move, Caliban.
Mark that down. Probably see what they're up to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they're still in the city at present, as far as you know, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And Sky will ask you, where did you find the symbol? Where was it?
He had a hidden basement with some kind of enchanted painting lock.
Probably to hide the fact that these things are incredibly stolen. Well, actually, I suppose with that information, maybe it's not. Maybe they're just selling off all their decor to fund the fact that they have no money.
Sky nods and says, either way, I've never heard of a painting-based magic before. Whatever they hid away, they did so well and with something quite complex. Is there anything else down there?
Quite a collection of bits and pieces.
Interesting.
Let me find our notes from last session, because oh god.
For the most part, what's in the cellar points to him, number one, being a thief, and number two, a traitor to his community. I say that last part very quietly, so that only though. He's on the base commander's payroll, and has been used for mostly for publicity purposes to keep everything under control.
She pauses for a moment and says, that would upset the populace.
It's a ticking time bomb if that ever gets out.
One of you mentioned when you investigated the casino that people were concerned that the casino owner hadn't been looking into the disappearance of this victor. Do you think they might have known?
It would.
Yeah.
Yeah? Go ahead, Adir.
No, it's... That does make possible sense.
Maybe she knew. Maybe she was in on it. Also possible. Either way.
They had
Maybe
also completely tossed the house.
the peacekeepers?
Whoever was there before us, there was burnt paperwork. Nothing was in its proper location.
If
I seem I seem to remember something about it looking like he had company at one point.
Yeah, I think Clara found that. I think Clara found that.
Yeah, the wine
Yeah,
glasses.
there were glasses.
We also found something that can conveniently be used to poison a lot of people in his basement, but I don't know if that's related to the wine glasses.
No one has brought up a poisoning so far. But it does sound like Victor could have fled rather than being kidnapped or otherwise detained. I'm not surprised that the Peacekeepers, if it was the Peacekeepers, were so thorough with his apartment. If those documents linking the partnership between the two have not been found yet, that means the base commander knows they're out there. If they're hidden away in the basement, that's probably what they were looking for. Okay. Well, this is starting to make more sense, but it doesn't get us closer to exploring the caves in any way.
We want to go and start with the caves, or would we like to go back to the casino and request a meeting?
You sealed the basement back up, yes?
Of course.
Yes.
Without proof, I don't think the situation's going to get too much worse, at the very least. Maybe we do go down into the caves. Give this situation some time and see if it passes or mellows at all. It could get worse in our absence, but...
Hinder, have we moved Sky's friend's effects to the train yet?
No, but to be fair, that would be something she would have thought of doing, so she probably would have brought those down with her this morning. That's a good shout.
Okay.
So, yeah, she would have done that if this morning, which is something Sky would have thought of that I forgot, I'll admit. But yeah.
I was just
sorry,
thinking, like, hey, we probably don't want to have anything involving this investigation somewhere where people could easily access it.
Yeah, so she's grabbed all of Kathy's stuff from the inn and brought it back to the train and kind of squared it away in her room on the train. Yeah, done.
I'll probably stash some of the documents we picked up from Victor's house also with that stack then, I guess.
Okay.
And we're currently meeting up in the Night's Storm?
Yes, you're on the train at
Or
present.
in...
You're on the train
Okay.
at present, yeah.
Okay.
You said this guy wouldn't break, right?
Yes, he was, I don't know whether he got saved by his own panic or what happened there, but there was a moment where he sort of gained a little bit of clarity, and after that I couldn't move him.
Do you mind if I give him a try?
If you think there's something you can get from him, Clara, I'd be thankful, yes.
I think there's probably some sort of leverage he's not expecting. Where did you leave him?
I imagine he's back at work, probably trying to play things cool.
Okay. Perfect. Public will make this even worse.
What are you planning on doing?
Don't worry about it.
Can I watch?
Of course.
Awesome.
I feel the need to say there is absolutely no guarantee that any of this is going to work.
It's better than zero, which is what I thought I was going to get out of that.
Make it sound exciting.
Thanks, I think.
I'll get all of your gear prepped. I'll trust the group of you to support Clara if she needs it.
Okay, I'm gonna go find this guy at his place of work.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you leave the train, he's like a platform to the left of where you're looking, behind the desk for the next train over. Although there's no train in that slot at present, but yeah, he's sat at his desk. You can see he's sweating a little. He's a little red in the face, but other than that, he's not showing any signs of the fact he just got momentarily detained.
I'm gonna saunter over and stand at the desk very lackadaisically.
Yes, how can I help you? As you can see, I'm no longer administrating for your train today.
Yes, I can see. I fear there's quite a lot that you are no longer administrating so clearly.
He furrows his brow, looks left and right a little, leans forward and says, do I need to bring up with the base commander what just happened to me? I thought we weren't going to take problem with each other.
Oh, well, as you might recall, I wasn't there, so I have unfortunately no idea what you're talking about of things that just happened to you. I sure hope whatever it was wasn't too unpleasant.
Then what, may I ask, are you referring to?
I'm just wondering, you see, when you come to a place like this, there's such a wonderful sense of community. Everyone's so together. They all believe in a common goal, and, well, when someone such as yourself is going out on such a limb for them, why, people would do almost anything to make sure that that wasn't changed.
I suppose he sits up straighter, regarding you a little bit more seriously now. What is it you're trying to suggest?
Oh, I'd be very careful taking that tone with me. If these suggestions got loud, then why, I would hate to hear what would happen. There's very delicate information that I have, and I'm sure someone as aware of things around here as you would maybe not want some of the sensitive information to spill into the open.
You don't know anything. I don't know what you're... He, mumbling to himself for a moment there, and then looks up at you and says, you would threaten me in such a way? Is that the... You can see that he's, trying to work through in his head, whether it would be that bad for him or whether it wouldn't, and then he's like... Give me an insight check, Clara.
Oh, I like these. Where is my insight? It's here. 23.
You can see that there is a moment as he's thinking things through. He glances down at his desk at a local, not like a newspaper, but more like a newsletter, I suppose, with the headline of how tensions are rising in the community with the disappearance of Victor. Looks down at that headline, and you can see that what you're saying and what's on that page in front of him is getting to him a little bit now. The sweat starts to resume a little. You watch one bead come down one side of his face as he thinks. You can see him sort of mulling over the possible ramifications of a nasty rumor, founded or unfounded, as it were, getting around. He looks at you and just says, what do you want?
The same thing my friends wanted. Information. I loathe to admit it, because if it were up to me, I think I would be dealing with this very differently than the way that we are as a unit. And if I were you, I would count your lucky stars that that's the case. But the point is, there's a more important thing that we're trying to figure out here. Information that you would be privy to, and for whatever reason, seem very reticent to give up. So, let's go about it this way, shall we? You inform us on some of those things that you know that could help us find Sky's friend, and in exchange, I promise that at least for now, the thing that you have, this little pushy setup you've got, doesn't all come tumbling down. Does that sound something that you would be amenable to? You're a sensible man, I assume.
Yeah, give me intimidation advantage, Clara.
I'm not an overly intimidating thing, but 21's pretty
21 will
good.
do. He turns around and says, I don't know anything about her friend, okay? I know that I was having a drink, and I think he's an engineer. He knows a lot about Crystal. Older guy. I thought that, yeah, must be a researcher down in the caves or something. He paid me a lot to make the documentation that went missing go missing. He told me if I can delay the EK that turned up from getting into the mines, then I'd get more. That was it. I thought I'd gotten in some luck when Victor disappeared, because that's plenty of reason to bar a C-class from going down. Base commander's orders and all, but it didn't pan out that way, as you know. I went and told him. He told me that I had done my best and to forget about it. And let me go on my way.
That seems sensible enough. Now, it wasn't that hard to share, was it?
I suppose not.
Wonderful. And let me ask you one more question. Do you know who I am?
Shakes his head, says, some student EK, I guess.
On one hand, you follow the news, I assume. You've heard of what's happening out in Heaven's Pillars.
No, says, of course. Just been added to the city's list of territories.
Yes. And gosh, what a mess that was. My name is Clara Lux Maddox. Does that name ring a bell?
In a moment, he looks at you and says, You're the girl that was sent to the city.
I volunteered, but that's neither here nor there, I suppose. My point, rather delicately unmade, is that I know exactly what the power of a community can do. People rallying together, the waves it can cause. I know what you've done. And for now, I'm going to give you the chance to think very, very hard about whether you would ever do that again. Because once I'm done with this mission, if I find out you're still exploiting these people, I will come back for you.
Spends a moment. He nods slowly.
Wonderful. Now, I can see why people think of you highly. Thank you for your information, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
You as well, Miss Maddox.
Thank you kindly. I'm gonna walk away and nudge Adhira in the ribs as I catch back up with her.
You
Well.
have to teach me how to do that.
I have to admit, as much as I don't like to admit it, I can see what Caliban gets out of dropping his own name.
He's a bad influence.
We have an
on
engineer
him.
to find, I think.
Wait, hold on. Tira, you sort of cut off.
I said that Caliban's a bad influence on Clara.
Heading back to the train, I assume, Clara, you tell Sky what you just found?
Yes.
Sky thinks for a moment, says, we have two choices. We can head down into the caves and head into the engineering section of the cave system. My clearance will get us so far through the system, but if they're in the sealed area that no one's allowed into, then our luck stops there. That said, they could still be in Calderis.
It's worth a try. I think we have, for lack of a better word, exhausted a lot of our avenues here.
Could we stop by the mining guild at some point before we go?
For what purpose?
I'm going to set Victor's gun on like a table. This unlocks some stuff in his personal quarters, so to speak. And I just wonder if we find out places that he may have frequented in the mines, if we could find other things that he's had locked away.
Interesting. You think maybe his office or whatever space he had might also have a secret unlock based on this weapon you found?
Worst case scenario, it may get us not blown up if we stumble into something of his.
It gives us two reasons to head back up into the city before we go in the mines. I think that's enough. We can split up. One group can head for the mining guild and see if there's anything of Victor's there. The rest of us will scour the city for this engineer. If we don't find him in the city, then we head back down into the mines and into the cave system and see if we can find him in the engineering section. Sound like a plan?
I like it.
She nods.
It is one I can live with. However, if we do this, I request that I am not part of the group that confronts the mining guild. I do not believe myself to too tight-lipped when it comes to this kind of position of Victor's.
She puts her hand on your shoulder and says, thank you for your honesty on the situation. Okay, in which case, I'll head to the mining guild. I'll use talking to them as a distraction. I'll tell them I'm looking into the disappearance of Victor. That should give whoever comes with me a window to look around a little bit more freely without scrutiny. Does that work? The rest of you scour the city. Try and find this man with a crystal ring. Ask around about anyone who's seen an engineer. If we don't find him, I could also request it with the peacekeepers. Tell them it has something to do with the disappearance. That should put a fire under them. That way they can do some work while we're away in the caves.
Alright.
She'll head to the lift with you guys. I assume, Uther, you're gonna go with her as you have random acts. Okay. Does anyone else want to go to the mining guild with Uther, or is it just as everyone else gonna start scouring the city, basically looking for this guy?
I'm down for scouring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm cool to stay on Team Scour.
Caliban?
Roach having some real internet problems today.
I don't know what's up with my internet.
Hey, man.
It's Texas internet, that's what it is.
Do you want to go to the mining guild to take a look around for some Victor stuff, or do you want to help search the city for this engineer you found out about?
I'll go with the engineer stuff, I guess.
Okay, so that's 3 for searching the settlement. And I know Dafer is on for searching as well, so that's 4. I think that just leaves...
I mean, if there's too much of a If there's too much, if it's too skewed on one side, I could probably go the other way.
It actually makes sense, at least to me, unless you like. Depends on if you want to, if you feel yourself nicer doing.
Just tell me
talky
whichever one
stuff
makes more
or
sense for
searchy stuff.
Caliban.
Well, I think either works, but I mean,
Yeah.
I think that if you want to kind of get a better, if you can split the city up evenly between 4 people, a little bit easier, that works. Yeah. Alright. Okay. You guys ride the elevator up once more. Uther and Sky start heading towards, more towards the populated side of the city, going up 1 tier into like the second surrounding tier around the city. The mining guild itself looks like it used to be some sort of temple or otherwise place of worship. It doesn't remind you of like an old church, like the old goddess churches. Maybe more of a local religion, but a lot of the stuff has been like covered up. The walls have like had things put up next to them, so like you can see hints of what used to be paintings or like wall paintings and things like that, but then it's got cupboards with documents in it up in front of it. And as you head inside, there's a little reception desk area where Sky begins to like explain that she's an EK and she's here to investigate, but she's found out about the Victor thing. Is there anything you want to look out for, Uther, as you head into the space? There's quite a few people in here. Most of them look like they work here. It doesn't look like there's many people here to like visit or get decisions on things. Most of them look like staff to you, Uther, as you're looking around. Is there anything you're trying to figure out?
Any symbols that would match some of the localized thieves' camp, for one.
Give me a perception check.
One second. I'm really testing this thieves guild conspiracy I have going in my head.
20. Looking around, there is some thieves' camp. It is up on one of the boards that's like an announcement boards for meetings and things that's coming up. The message kind of like that you sort of are able to decode roughly from looking at it is that a lot of things have been paused while Victor is missing, but they seem to have set a date to get together to talk about how they're going to... There's like a date and a time and a place set for petitioning the base commander about information about Victor. They want to kind of do a group march. Because as you know, right now, they're sort of not going down into the caves and working.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's a lot of people just kind of sitting around on protest, essentially. But they seem to have organized a date to march on the base commander, as it were.
I'm going to take like a little notebook out of my coat and make a note of that. Like, not really hide that I'm making a note of that, so if someone notices and wants to ask questions, a dialogue could be established, but like I'm just going to kind of keep glancing around, looking for where his office would be.
There's no obvious location that's in front of you. The building goes back a bit, so there's like a corridor that goes around a corner, and then there's a long corridor. So if you imagine the building as being like a rectangle, let me draw it. It's a little bit easier for me than describing it. If the building's like a long rectangle like this, the building is sort of set up so there's a corridor that runs like an L shape like this, and then supposedly like these will all be rooms like this along the side, so there must be like doors here like this, but the reception area is sort of like cut out into this space here like that. So you can't see around the corner in order to get like a view of like nameplates on doors or anything like that.
How focused are people on Sky?
You notice a lot of people reach for concealed weapons. A lot of people are like very casually, like hand in coat. probably hand on a firearm or otherwise, listening to the conversation. They're doing a really good job of pretending like they're not paying attention, Uther, but you know what that looks like. So yeah, there's a lot of people in here that are armed and sort of half paying attention in a sense.
Would I have reason to think I could stealth my way in that direction?
It'd be tough. They're on an alert, but Sky is doing a good job. She is keeping engaged in the conversation and feeding them breadcrumbs of information that keeps even making the people who are trying to pretend not to listen and look in, like, kind of turn.
Would a speed boost help me?
A speed boost would help you. Are you casting a spell on yourself?
Now, how much of a speed boost? Because I have two things I could do here.
Obviously, the faster you move, the easier it will be to get out of the space with you being kind of stealthy, as it were. If you move incredibly fast, then you might not even need to roll. So it depends, I guess, on what you're willing to
Because
use
I'm
up.
trying to decide if Long Strider or Haste is what I burn.
Long Strider would definitely give you advantage on slipping out of there. You have advantage on a stealth check. Haste, I don't think you'd need to roll. You'd have a minute of zooming around as quickly as possible while stealthed.
I'm going to burn Long Strider, just kind of reach into my pocket, grab one of the little spell balls, and just crunch it.
You crunch it. There is a surge of energy that rushes through your body, lines of arcane power that manifest underneath your clothing, along your skin. You feel yourself a little bit lighter, a little bit more fleet of foot. Do you want to give me a stealth check with advantage? 19.
Not as high as I was hoping.
But high enough to slip out. While Sky is talking, she shifts position a little bit, which kind of makes a few people flinch as they're not sure what's about to happen. During that moment, you very quickly slip out of the space. You find yourself in a corridor. It looks like there are 4 doors. You don't see a door labeled Victor, but there is a door labeled Director. Then there is a couple of doors that are like Archive Room. You see one which is like a communal space, and one that probably belongs to like either like the second in command or like just a room for administration. Basically, those are the 4 doors. There's like a communal room, archive room, vice administrator sort of space, and the director room.
And Victor was
the director.
Gotcha. Do I hear anyone back here?
You definitely hear voices from the communal room. There's people in there talking, having a good time. There's sort of laughter and chatter from it. Give me a perception check for some of the other doors. You can hear typewriter in the administrator room. In the archival room, you can hear the sounds of like shuffling papers, but you don't hear anything from the director room.
I want to slip in the director room.
Okay. Trying the door, it is locked as you come up to it, and the gun that you have doesn't seem to unlock anything for the door into the director's office.
Alright, thieves' tools it is.
Yeah, go ahead. Would be a dex-based check, I think. 17 is enough. It's a nice, fairly simple lock. It clicks, you manage to twist it open, head inside. Surprisingly nice space, not overly lavish, but it's like a good quality desk. There are a couple of more filing cabinet type ones. The filing cabinets look like they're locked as well. Other than that, it looks like a normal office space to you as you're looking around, Uther, just like at a glance. It doesn't seem special. There's no reaction from the weapon either, at least not yet.
Alright. First things first, paperwork on the desk?
Nothing out on the desk, no. Nothing up and present and available to you as you're looking at it.
I'm just going to quickly glance through the drawers then.
Going down, opening up one drawer, looking through it. It looks like someone has been in here and rebound a lot of the paper, so there might have been stuff on the desk when someone came in and sort of cleaned up. You think that maybe other members of the Mining Guild have probably gone through things looking for clues. Some of it has been like subdivided out. There are a couple of folders open, which is like recent quotas, reports on stuff like have they been meeting the base commander's demands, which they have, and things like that. So that's what you see as you're like going through the drawers. It's like stuff that the people working here have recently checked through. But from what you can tell with them checking it, nothing kind of came up to them anyway.
Then I will work my way towards one of the filing cabinets.
Yeah, as you get to the filing cabinets, you can see 3 of them look like pretty much identical. The 4th one you would spot has scratch marks around the lock. It looks like someone tried to get in there but wasn't able to. Maybe they don't have a key for it or something like that, but it looks like someone tried to pick it, you would say. But from the markings, maybe not someone with a lot of talent in it. More like one of the office admins was like, how hard can it be? And like took a paperclip and like
that hard.
Like tried to fumble around with it. Like someone who was looking through the paperwork was just like, well, maybe I can like jam it in, but it didn't seem to work from what you can see.
Inspecting the lock itself for damage before trying to pick it.
Taking a look at it, the lock doesn't seem damaged, but you can tell the lock on this one is of a higher quality than the other 3. That does stand out to you. Whatever this filing cabinet is more like a personal thing that Victor probably kept, you would say.
If I was to slow down and take my time, would I have a better shot of getting into it?
Give me an investigation check, because what you're saying is, can I inspect it a little bit closer, right? Is that the sort of...
Kind of, yeah.
17. You realize the lock's a dummy, Uther. The lock on the front of this cabinet isn't real. It does have all the pieces you would expect for a lock, but from the way it's positioned, you can tell that it actually wouldn't open anything. Following the seam of all of the filing cabinet doors down, there's a little false tray at the bottom that you pull out. The locking mechanism is actually in the bottom of the filing cabinet itself.
Fascinating. Alright. Then I will try to unlock that.
Yeah, give me a Thieves' Tools check.
Rolls. Not strength. That would be hilarious, though.
Wow.
Strength Thieves' Tools is when you take a master lock and beat a master lock open.
It's like a crowbar, I guess, right? That's a Strength Thieves' Tool. 8.
Oh, no.
Yeah, as you try and get into it, Uther, you find it's a very well-made lock. It's pretty, and the angle is awful as well, because you're working with your like hands underneath it. It's almost designed in a sense to stop someone getting like a good angle, good leverage on the lock. It's really hard to hold the tension on it as you're trying to turn it. It's just not coming at all. What do you want to do?
Oh, I don't really want to force it, so I am kind of not sure what I would do.
You could try and lie it down, but obviously that might make a bit of a noise if whatever's in there is heavy and you tip it and it hits down. But otherwise, like, that would get you a better shot at seeing the lock properly. Otherwise, of course, you can always head back and sort of say to Sky, look, this is in there, but I wasn't able to get it open.
I'm going to lock the off. First off, what kind of ceiling is in this building?
The
like,
building,
is it like a drop tile kind of situation, or
no? It's like all stone. It's like carved into cliff. Like everything around you is stone. The window is obviously they don't have windows, but it's so narrow that it's impossible to like squeeze through it. So like you can put your hand out the window, but you couldn't fit your body through.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm going to lock his door and not necessarily. I'm going to try to tilt it, but not necessarily lay it down.
I will need an athletics check.
Oh, boy.
$15 is enough. You're able to tilt it on like a pivot. It's not completely let down, but you've got better access to the lock. Give me a thieves' tools check again.
Please. Not an 8. Not an 8.
Uther is used to mountain stuff. He's not.
I'm not debuffed.
He is a mountain man.
Oh.
19. There is a click. You hear a latch. All 3 of the filing cabinet sort of sections unlock. You're able to tip it back down. You have access to the 3 drawers. From the conversation you're hearing muffled, depending on how thoroughly you want to look through it, you've probably got time to look through 2 of the 3. It's up to you where you want to start.
Are the drawers marked in any way?
Unfortunately, from the outside, no. Just looking at them, you can't see any discernible difference from them whatsoever.
I'm going to pop open the middle one then and see what exactly is marked in there then.
Opening up the middle one, you find a single bound folder, like something that's been sort of tied around with string. And there is an official, like, Empress City Peacekeepers emblem on the outside of the filing sort of document.
Right into my coat that goes.
You tuck that away. Yeah, it's actually small enough to palm that away, as it were, or pop within your coat, as you said. You close that one. What do you want to open next?
1 second. 1D2. Top versus bottom, and bottom it is.
Bottom, opening up the bottom one, looking through, there's a bunch of names here that seem to be miners or people that work in the caves. Each and every one of them has a small blackmail folder on them. Some of them are labeled unused, unneeded, things like that, but there's information about each of them, their pressure points, children, spouses, family in their life, people in their life that are sick that could be healed, that could be used to manipulate them. There are documents in here that kind of outline all of the things they're going through, and how they could be used and in what way.
I'm going to take that too, if possible.
It's too many. Like, it's literally all of the people that you think. It's a dossier on the entire, like, members of the mining guild. All of them.
And it's too many for me to write down, like, names, huh?
You could write down names, but it would be easier to write down who isn't on the list in terms of, like, who's in the mining guild.
Gotcha.
It's the mining guild, and it's just a folder, like a whole folder drawer full.
Shit. Okay. Making a note that exists, I guess, and locking up behind me if possible.
Since you only took the middle one, you can look in the top if you want as well.
Okay, then I'll open the top.
Opening the top one up, you can see this is a list of train times, records of when you could leave from here and get to the city, different districts that have been noted to have old tunnel systems on them, different ways to get from one district to another that aren't under checkpoint systems, ways through Empress City underground, essentially. There are documents in here on each of the districts.
I need these.
It's too many to take them all, but you could take a couple with that one document already in your coat. You could take two districts worth. It doesn't have any of the central districts. It's all mostly the outer districts, but it does include the lake districts, which is where all the nobles are, and it does include I2. Other than that, it's got most of the other like outer districts as well.
1 second. What do we think, folks? I am polling the group.
I don't know how many districts the
I
group
think-
actually knows, but yeah, go on.
I think we have 3 solid choices here that make sense. Noble District for defensive purposes, because that's a juicy target. Maybe not their main juicy target, but maybe still a juicy target. Maybe they want to steal the swords or some of the other artifacts. The second would be, in my opinion, the not the stockade. Come on, where the matron is. I forgot the city name.
Oh, that's the
Not the big-
stacks. That would be I2 though.
Stacks.
That would be I2. Technically.
Oh, that's part of the I2. Okay.
Okay, so I too,
Like-
since we're there a lot, would probably be neat if it's something that we don't already have. Would
No,
it be different than?
It would have information that you don't have. Yes.
Okay, then I2 and the district where all the noble families are. Then
Yeah, there's Lake District North, which is where all the big, rich, fancy noble families are, and there's Lake District South, which is more like wealthy merchants, people that aren't nobles but are more new money. Those two are both in there.
what do we think? Old money?
I will say the nobles obviously have the artifacts. It doesn't matter whether you have new money. You wouldn't have an artifact of Zemes, as it were.
Yeah.
Personally think it's more the higher value target in my opinion is artifacts rather than just money.
Okay, that would
Anyone
be
else
north.
wanna throw in?
No, seems like that's the choice.
All right. I2 and North.
You grab those two.
Then, like I said, I'm gonna lock up behind me if I ever get a chance to come back.
Yeah, you manage to slip out and rejoin just as like Sky is finishing up her conversation, asking a bunch of questions that she kind of already knows the answer to, but they don't know that, eating up their time a little bit until she notices you kind of coming around the corner, makes like a big gesture and sort of says, "I think that gives me everything I need to know." The person behind the desk sort of furrows her brow because it felt like they were sort of in the middle of a conversation, and Sky just says, "A lot of this information I've heard from others already, but it seems like your stories are matching up. That's enough for me. I'll do my best to continue looking into Victor. I pray that you keep a level head in the meantime. I promise you will get an answer. And I'll make sure it's an honest one."
Gotta step away for like 10 minutes. I'll be right back.
And then, yeah, she makes her excuses and leaves with you, Uther. Kind of looks at you and says, "You were gone for a while. Did you find something?"
I'm sorry, I had a fight with a filing cabinet.
Did you win?
Yeah, I didn't pick it completely clean though.
Anything interesting?
First things first. Are we being followed?
She glances over her shoulder. Says, "They're still watching, but they're not following. If we go around the corner, we should be fine."
Victor's got blackmail on everyone in the Miners Guild.
This is
Everyone.
quite an industrious individual, isn't it? Taking money from the base commander, keeping blackmail files. I suppose those line up. Potentially
This
stolen
is-
goods.
And this is the pillar of the community. I am...
Clearly a competent liar. And maybe some sort of artifice as well. An ever-growing list of accomplishments.
I'm going to take the folder from the middle drawer kind of out and just like flick through it, but like not in a way where you can. No one can read over my shoulder except for like her, basically. It's just like kind of flipping through some of the stuff.
First page, as you flick it open, it's like one of those sort of like, you know, the lettering for top secret. It doesn't say top secret, but it's like a black lettering that goes along the middle of the paper that reads
Miners Guild only.
No, yeah, it's actually from the Peacekeepers, like from the base documentation, but it reads Operation Heart Transplant. Inside, there's a bunch of schematic drawings of things that you don't quite understand. There's some sort of lattice framework. You can see estimates on like the tonnage of steel that would be required. It looks like enough materials to like build the Outpost 1 section all over again. It looks like enough material to build like a whole train station almost. At least in terms of material cost, it's not like the diagrams for a train station. Sorry.
Yeah, no.
Gotcha.
But like looking at that, Uther's just like, and just snaps it closed back into his coat. We need to look at that. We need to spend some time on this one. This is a lot.
She'll not. Meanwhile, to the 4 that we're going to search the city, is there any specific tactic you want to do, or do you want to like just cut the city up into 4 and look around, or?
Asking around. Always going to use pretty face to my advantage.
You going for like persuasion or a performance check? What's the
persuasion?
Persuasion, and you're just sort of asking. Asking if they've seen someone that what do you want to use, the description or like an engineer, like what do you want to?
I'm gonna say use description, not tell them exactly who they are, but
yeah, give me.
I think the best I can offer for supporting this is preventing Adhira from getting sidetracked, in basically the sense that if I think Adhira is pretty on point, but I also think that Adhira is looking pretty fit and likely pretty attractive to the other teens here. So best Dafer can do is just basically stand there, being like his 6 foot swole self, and being like, nah, dude.
ADHD Wrangler.
You're both like trying to distract her from any piece of candy that she may step across, but also trying to keep other people from from approaching her in a romantic sense. I guess give me an intimidation check, Dafer, for keeping other people from trying to distract Adhira.
Oh, let's see what wins out, the intimidation aura or the teddy bear aura. It's
9.
teddy bear aura all the way.
Okay, and now give me a persuasion check, please, Adhira. 13. Okay. Anyone else got a specific way they want to sort of scour the settlement, trying to find this guy, Clara, something on your side?
We're in a cave, right?
Well, more like a crater. So yeah, you're up on the top again for a bit. I suppose you could try and get some high ground on the crater and look around.
Yeah, that's what I think I'm gonna do. I think I'm just gonna try and go somewhere high and see if I can spot anything relevant.
Yeah, give me a persuasion check. Perception.
I will persuade the air.
You there, show me something. Oh no. I don't know if Roach is back or not in that case, I will just make a quick roll as Caliban. I'll take a look at their stats because I do not remember off the top of my head. That's east. Caliban. It does have investigation, so I'll roll that. 10. Between the four of you, before you reconvene, the best you're able to work out is it could well be an engineer. Some of them are more senior. Adhira, you also you were using the description of them, right? Was not so much
Right.
like one person does mention having seen someone wearing a crystal ring stargazing at night near like the outer ring where the AA guns are. I remember seeing it giving off a soft glow. But I mean, the outer ring of the city is a pretty big space, unfortunately. Obviously, it's a bit more militarized up there, so that tells you that they may have like some business, or maybe they just kind of snuck there to look up at the stars. But sort of an interesting thing, I guess. You do manage to find out, but other than that, no one seems to have like, oh, I saw him this morning or whatever. You don't get anything like that from anyone. But yeah, unfortunately, it being a pretty big settlement, that's all you guys are able to kind of come up with.
If only we knew your favorite constellation.
Sam, this is a curiosity question on if I can... either if my tactical interface can do this, or if I maybe can work on it doing that in the future. The tactical interface, I assume, enhances my sight in some manner. Could that be used to, like, highlight certain objects in the outline of people, making it easier to spot people with certain items on there? For example, like rings on their fingers. So like as I walk, I see like the rings on people's fingers more easily outlined, allowing me to like more quickly gather that.
It could be done. So right now the tactical interface is designed to see like material density is more of what it does, but you could edit it in order to sort of see different things, as it were. But yeah, as of now, it wouldn't work.
That's
in that
a
way.
workshop project.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that I'm kind of out. I shine at investigating and analyzing, not necessarily at finding.
Meeting back up all together, including Sky and Uther. Sky, we'll just say, from what I'm working out, we've got two choices again. We can walk the outer perimeter, hope that maybe we find something to do with this figure, be they an engineer or not. Or we can head down into the mines and check there next. Could be that they've gone to work for the day. That might be why we're not finding them here.
Personally,
Go on. Sorry.
Personally, I am more. I do not see much of what we can gather for the purposes of our mission from questioning whatever from the guy that we're looking for, and I care very little about the future of Victor unless he runs in our path and I get to bring him back to safety. I forced that one out.
She nods and says, it could be that this individual that tried to delay us, it's unrelated to why we're originally here. Could be more to do with this project or whatever is going on down in the caves. You are right, that maybe this is all taking us aside from why we were originally here. Perhaps the sooner we hit the mines and start looking for Kathy, the better it is.
I also vote that we head into the caves. Let this whole situation sit and stew, and being away from it, we can think about it.
Well, if we do get interested in this, I'll take my notebook out, flip it open, slide it into the center where the meeting date and time can be seen. They're going to meet up at some point, and they want answers.
The meeting date is set for the 28th, and I think it's the 26th. It's a Sunday right now. So you guys could go down into the caves and come back up before that time happens as well, if you wanted.
I'm good with that.
There's also a distinct possibility that he's left the city, or this city.
So, what day is it today, Sam?
I believe it's the 26th, Sunday.
Because he had notes on train schedules and different parts of Empress that you could enter and exit with less scrutiny via the underground.
Victor,
and I'm going to slide those. I'm going to slide those in Adhera's direction.
Adhera, you are given a set of underground maps that show like sewer system, maintenance tunnels, other things like that. Specifically notated are the tunnel systems that don't have identity checks or that are believed to be unknown to the maintenance staff or Empress City government.
Like being handed a present, she hungrily digs into it, just memorizing and making mental notes.
And then I'm going to open up the heart transplant document and start going through that, because what the fuck is this?
I think Dafer would see the documents and decide they are more interesting than maps.
Are they planning?
Does someone want to give me an Arcana check with advantage between the two of you? I'm not sure which one of you has the better stat. I assume Dafer, but...
I have a 6.
You
What
have
does Dafer
expertise
have?
in it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, I have a 5. It comes out to very similar either way.
Okay then, so it's a coin flip on whichever one of us wants to do it then.
I guess since Dafer, you said that you would kind of be attracted to it and that Uther had it, I'll have Uther make the roll at advantage since you had the document first and were looking through it first.
Alright.
Window support.
22.
Ooh, nice.
It is a... For all intents and purposes, for the name of it, for this heart transplant name there was, it looks to be some sort of... There's a structure in Empress City called the Hanging Garden, which is like a big tower that is a... water kind of drips down from the top all the way to the bottom, and they grow plants on all the floors. It's where most of the local food produce comes from if it's not imported. This seems to be a version of that utilizes pressurized like steam that is blasted into soil packets with it isn't exactly stated what is being put into the soil, but it's supposed to assist in the growth of something. You also see there is like a really complex tubing system that is being built into it as well that runs throughout these stacks of soil. That some third element is supposed to go into, like the plans aren't.
Is this the designs they're doing for their mushroom farm?
Well, that's what it looks like to you, but it's done in such a way that this is one part of like maybe 3 or 4 documents that would be put together to make the complete plans, which is the kind of thing they do when they're designing like military airships, when they're designing marquee generators, not for something that is as simple as like a artificial mushroom farm. It's being treated with the same sort of secrecy and like a weird just like a level of precaution that doesn't match up with the portion of information that you're being given, which is like, oh, this is a mushroom farm.
Because at the first part where you said it was like a list of like resources, materials that could almost rebuild Outpost 1, I was like, are they trying to become self-sufficient by getting rid of the entry to the volcano?
It's like it's like steel, other building materials, crystal, like a ton of stuff that is expensive and hard to ship. But yeah, it seemingly seems it's all being used for this mushroom tower, this farm.
Okay, so Sam, we noticed some level of discrepancy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This feels very close to what we have already been doing, so please tell me if that's not actually worth a roll. Could Aphid try to list more and analyze deeper into the small discrepancies we see from it only being for a mushroom plant farm thingy, and try to extrapolate from that some kind of bigger picture, what alternative potential options this might be used for that seem likely.
The biggest thing that like stands out to you, Dave, for what I'll say is this tubing system that runs through everything else. Because the rest of it makes complete sense to you as to like how this artificial mushroom farm would work. But the tubing system seems to be like an addition that you can't see any logical to reason to be there. It seems to be where a lot of the crystal is structured into as well. And that's what stands out to you most, but you obviously can't discern anything more from that. That's just the bit that is the most odd about the design you're looking at.
Actually, with my having read up on the mushrooms, and my knowledge on crystal, and my actual deeper knowledge into nature, as apparently I have prof in that, would I have, like, after having read into mushrooms and all that, some kind of inclination on, like, if I were to experiment with putting fucked up shit in mushrooms to get some kind of special effect?
I'm sorry to say that field of research would be so wide and varied that you could give a million answers for that and probably still never be done.
Okay.
I am going to, as I'm looking over the maps, I'm going to reach to my waist and I'm going to put the expert onto the table, just so that he can feel free to contribute.
The only thing that your little frog would pop out and say is, in reference to the heart, when it comes to a mushroom, the only thing I can think about is the mycelium. There is a core to a mushroom that exists beyond the stalk and the cap that you see. The heart lives deeper, more centrally underground.
What does the heart do? It, like...
Everything. What does your brain do, I suppose? Well, not yours specifically, but most people's.
The growing look she's giving Terminus is just a very much lost in the bizarre splendor of mushrooms. Like, what the hell even are these things again? Strange things.
Returns to your lamp.
Hmm.
If we knew who he was meeting with, we would have an idea of where to go for the rest of. And I just tapped the folder because this is.
Does the folder contain any kind of inkling of like people connected to this project? Any person you could name drop, bring up for signatures of, or the like?
Absolutely
to maybe
not.
fake-
Any
Yeah.
specific name mentions, if at all, in there are like heavily redacted, and even titles within the document. So like chief engineer, the words chief and engineer redacted. Like all of the possible identifiers for anyone who might be involved in this document have been redacted.
Basically, the entire thing, the entire folder is just 60% black marks.
POV, you did a FOIA request on a missing persons case.
But yeah, no, unfortunately, most of the identifying features for people are redacted. Most of the design stuff is still there. Sky just shakes.
But it's not enough of the design stuff to make sense to me, other than there's something funky going on.
I mean, it's been very specifically split up in order to make sure that one document doesn't make enough sense.
I get why. I get why he has this folder. I don't get why he has this folder.
Sky will just say, unfortunately, I don't think there's any way of us peering back in time and seeing who he met with. We'll take the document with us. I'd rather it not fall into anyone else's hands. Let's head down into the caves. Maybe we'll find out more.
That sounds good.
Given that we don't plan on going in that direction, I'm not sure we will, but maybe we can make some headways into whatever Kathy was looking for.
We can pop into the engineering area. We can at least look around, see if we see the person that you spied through the window in the casinos. Just a quick look. It won't hurt our time too much. At least there's a pathway there. With that, she kind of gathers you all up, heads back to the elevator, rides back down into Outpost 1, takes you to the train, gives each of you it's a small, like, rune-marked rebreather, so it kind of is like a stone with two pods on either side that you bite down on, and the runes kind of produce a set amount of slow trickle of oxygen, so you can use it kind of like a rebreather underwater for a time. Obviously, how long it lasts for depends on how strenuous the activity you're doing is. Also gives you all like a set of rope, pitons, all the other climbing gear that you would need and stuff for exploring through the cave systems. And once you've all got your gear and everything's kind of squared away that you didn't need to take with you, you head past the cargo elevator, and she leads you towards this huge, wide metal staircase that winds around the central shaft of the elevator system, and that you guys will use to descend into the initial cave structure.
Oh, good. I was about to say we probably shouldn't take the elevator.
No, the
We've
cargo.
poked too many hornet nests.
The cargo elevator is not a wise thing to take a ride in. Give me 1 second.
I was just saying that because of how many people we've poked and prodded today.
Possibly true as well.
I'll show them brats.
Descending down the metal staircase. After a little bit of going through just like artificial lighting, maybe 20 minutes later, you come out of the top of the cavern section underneath Outpost 1. You can now see the framework of the staircase you're on and the way it attaches to the central cargo lift, which is like just like a big metal pillar that runs a couple of 100 feet down into what would be darkness if it were not lit up by bioluminescent mushrooms. In every direction as you look around, there are gangways and walkways that crisscross. You can see one area of artificial light to one side, which you guess would be the engineering project route. there's also other walkways that probably head to the pillory and other sections of this cavern that you're in. And then the staircase also seems to continue down into stonework and further deeper into the cave system itself. This is not the music I was looking for. Where are we? That's not it either. That's...
Well, that's ominous.
There we go. Looking around, dozens of different mushroom colonies. There's like small puffball mushrooms that are bioluminescent but seem to twinkle, like lights come in and out in different sections, and it seems internal to the mushrooms, so it glows at different sections of the mushrooms at a very slow rate, but if it was to be sped up, it would have like a sort of almost like a strobe-like effect, as it gives off like flashes of light. And then alternatively, there are like blue soft glows from areas of mushroom. There are some truly gigantic ones down here as well, big enough to be like used as like a bus stop in some cases, and other ones that are taller than that but haven't yet spread the canopy of the mushroom. It's just like a tall stalk that's extending and still hasn't reached maturity yet. As you're...
How many of these am I familiar with?
I would say none of them. None of these seem to match up with mushrooms you've seen before from your homeland, Atira.
Okay.
Heading deeper down the staircase, you eventually come to the intersection of different gangways and walkways that spider out from the central pillar. There is the route that heads towards the engineering project, and there's the route that heads towards the pillory. Sky kind of gets down to the bottom, looks around the space, points out to you on the ceiling there's a patch that's been specifically pittened and is aglow with crystal. There you can see the titular gold bell mushrooms. It's a big hanging teardrop shape, golden, and with the light on it you can see the fact that it's hollow and it's filled with water. Sky will say, unsure how much research you did, but those mushrooms, they keep a ecosystem inside them. The bacteria that live in there, or whatever it is, they process the minerals in the rock. That's how it generates the powder that is used in the weaponry that Empress City uses for most of its trains and airships. And that's why all of this is here.
And
This is
they explode when disturbed, yes?
I'm not sure. It's not really a defense mechanism of the mushroom, so to speak, but a byproduct of the life that it keeps inside itself. I think it needs to be dried before it becomes explosive.
I
And
am
this is-
equipped with allowing us to dry an area out if necessary, but it needs to be a rather smallish, isolated one.
The only other mushroom I really know of is, she looks around and points to a near cluster, which is, they look like marshmallows on tall, long fronds. They're like a soft pink color, and there's a very sweet smell coming from them. She says, they look and smell delicious, but they can cause numbness, paralysis, a list of other unfortunate side effects such as the skin changing color.
Uther is now hedging suspiciously close to one of those pink mushrooms.
No, I'm just... neat.
She's walking ahead of you guys, heading towards the engineering section. I don't know if there's anything you want to... And if there's any other clusters of mushrooms you want to look at, or whether you're keeping an eye out for anything else.
I think Safer would keep an like just look at the mushrooms, try to discern maybe some of their behavior, or at least note down the different types in his mind, as that information might come in useful later. Other than that, look, mostly we're walking to the engineering project, right?
Yes.
Keep an eye out there for any kind of information that might come in useful or connect to the plans that Uther and I deciphered.
Yeah, give me an investigation check as you're walking along, kind of gazing at mushrooms. Or if you've got nature works too.
I got both. I think nature is more accurate here, though.
I would agree.
So, there you go, 10.
10. The most predominantly here in this chamber mushrooms you can see are the glowing ones. There's the kind of like twinkling puffball ones, and then there's these very flat, wide mushrooms. They look very much like a stereotypical shape for a mushroom, but you know, like the thin, flat tops to them. But they give off an sort of ethereal blue glow, especially with the spores that drift out of them, and as the light hits them, it gives them almost like a smoke machine sort of vibe to them as blue light cascades out. It's a little softer than the light crystal can give out sometimes. It's like a pale, like ghostly blue, I guess is probably the best way I can describe it. But that seems to be the majority of like the area around this cavern. They're mostly on the ground, like in big forests down here, covering most of the floors.
Okay. Right, and Sky already denoted all the two different types that she's aware of: the gold bell mushrooms themselves and the sweet-smelling one.
The sweet-smelling one, she says, the locals call it phase delight. She's got no idea what it's called in Empress City, or if there's like a technical name for it. That's really not her thing.
I mean, this is just dumb curiosity, given that it's, to me, kind of suspicious that the only other mushroom she knows is the one that smells tasty, but does cause vicious side effects. I would like to get a vibe on if she tried them.
Give me an insight check, yeah.
That,
16?
of course, I rolled good on.
When she told the story, she definitely had a look of remembering on her face, but it wasn't like a look of like, oh god, that was awful for me. It was more like maybe even the slightest hint of a smirk, which gives you the feeling that maybe she saw someone else eat it as opposed to
Just my headcanon now is that she came down here with Axel at some point and he ate some of them. I'm gonna ask him about that.
Anyone else? I don't know, Atira, if you're also studying the mushrooms as you're walking along or not.
I was tasked by my spirit to reclaim a sample of the gold bell. I think she's looking...
the gold bell you're looking for right now is way up there. They grow on ceiling environments, Atira. You're 200 foot south of your objective, as it were.
Have you told anyone about that?
No.
Would you tell anyone about that?
I feel like she gets a sense that she can't, because obviously the school doesn't allow you to bring back this stuff. I think, though, getting sort of desperate, she'd let Clara know, I'm trying to do a favor for Terminus and get my hands on some gold bell. However, the problem is, it's very vertical, and I'm not level 9 yet.
No offense, but that seems like a you problem. Clara's gonna flick the chakram out of his sleeve.
It is technically
How
within
much do you need?
range.
One or two.
Sure. I'm gonna
Aren't
aim
they
for
look-
like a little clump.
One second, for my own image, because I don't know why, but I imagine these mushrooms basically man-sized. Is that correct?
I mean, it depends on how old they are. So there are bigger and smaller ones.
Right.
I assume Clara's had it like aiming for a cluster of like moderately sized ones, like the size of like a portobello or a bit bigger. I'm not sure what you would go for, Clara.
Yeah, like as much as. Basically, I want to get something that I can reasonably cut down that is not going to kill one of us if we try and catch it,
Yeah,
and also satisfies adherence requirements.
yeah, cool. Give me an attack roll.
Because we are in a cave full of mushrooms, I'm going to aim carefully.
You take a second to line up the shot. Yeah. 21.
21.
Goes soaring upwards, slices through a few different stalks. Adhira, are you on deck to catch?
Yeah, I'm. Since he asked for it, I'm going to try and catch it with the urn because I've seen things shrink down into it.
Yeah. Give me. I think sleight of hand is fine here. Perception also works. Either one is fine by me.
Sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand.
Come on. Okay.
You manage to line up the lantern as it's dropping. You watch it drop down into the lantern. It disappears into the lantern, not in the same way you saw before. It doesn't decay rapidly, but it almost like deconstructs itself into powder and then floats into the lantern and sort of suffuses into the dark in there. About 2 seconds later, you feel an incredible cold as the water that was contained within the mushrooms above that just popped suddenly splashes down on top of you a little bit after you catch the mushroom.
Shrieks. Worst feeling.
But you have completed.
Probably saw the water fall, getting ready to fall, and just like stopped Dafer.
Yeah, just like hold him back a second before you watch Adhira. Like Adhira go from like happy, very like smug, I got the mushroom, just instantly into like drowned rat. Like just water all the way over her.
Have you ever heard the sounds that an old cat makes when it falls in the water?
But obviously, Clara, your weapon returns to you, and you have completed the throw.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Shivering.
If you can survive until we rest someplace, I can maybe look into helping you with that.
That would be appreciated.
I hope you brought a change of clothes.
I brought many clothes.
It'll be fine. We can try this here. But yeah.
Continuing to follow Sky, you see her purposely ignoring the events that are occurring behind her as she turns a blind eye to whatever that was. She heads through into she heads through to the engineering section. You guys come through like a big closed door. She scans her like EK credentials. The door opens up and you see major construction work. Huge like bundles of steel, things being put in place, piping in like huge arrays coming down from the ceiling in order to divert water from the core well into steel reservoirs and boilers and other things that are doing an array of increasing pressure, storing water, diverting it to other sections. It's being sluiced off into certain areas, but there's a lot of people working construction jobs and other things down here.
Does this look vaguely familiar, or
No,
is
it
this
looks
a different project?
nothing like the designs you're looking at, but
Oh.
this could be the section that plugs into the top, because when you were looking at designs, it's like the water comes through from a different design section. You can see there's like a cut-off point. So this could be the collection and like distribution of water essentially in this location. Taking a quick look around, does anyone want to do anything particular trying to spot this older gentleman with a crystal ring? Is there anything that someone wants to do in particular? Obviously, Sky's going to like talk to some of the officials and look around the place herself.
Oh, I have an idea.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fucking hell. That is a wall of
Jesus.
text.
English.
I'm gonna crush my find familiar crystal,
Mhm.
and I'm gonna get like a raven or a crow or something
Mhm.
similar, because they are good at spotting shiny things.
Yes, they are. Do you want to give me a perception check with advantage as a crow? I think crows have +3 off the top of my head, but I'll double check. Oh, it might only be raven stat blocks that exist.
It'd have to be raven, I think.
It is +3, yeah, with advantage.
Okay. $17.
17.
Thank you, advantage.
Suddenly, a crow appears in a underground engineering deep under the surface of the earth. Starts glancing around, turning its head, looking at all these different people. There's a lot of shiny metal and refractive surfaces in here, but not many of them are crystal blue. It hops from your hand, takes to the sky, kind of swoops. Causes a bit of a commotion as different people look at it and point it out. It is that moment as someone puts their hand to the sky and points out the oddity of a corvid underground that it spies a crystal ring. It is that soft matte blue on an older wrinkled hand attached to an individual who is dressed in quite fine clothing, who looks around suddenly, realizing someone's used some sort of magic underground, and starts to glance about. Obviously, Clara, you have spotted this, but no one else has. What do you want to do?
Try and quietly alert the others.
Mhm.
I know where our guy is, but he's on edge.
I can
Understandable.
try and come around to the side or behind him. Where is he?
I'm just gonna like point him out.
Yeah, casually point him out. So, Atira, do you want to try and flank around him to try and cut off a direction he might try and run? Is that the...
Yes.
Anyone else doing anything as Atira starts to stalk off into the activity of the engineering area?
Flank from the other side to cut off another escape route.
Yeah, so the two of you sort of hunting dog go different directions around either side, yeah?
Yeah.
Anyone else? Or are you just going to leave it here and Uther to sort of try and flank him?
I think being the more obvious person in the group, Dafer can actually use that to his advantage to like seem more obvious, but by being somewhere, it's also where that engineer guy likely does not want to be. So I'm trying to roughly herd him into the direction of Adhere and Luther.
Yeah, you want to be noticed to try and lure him away from going a certain direction and therefore in towards Atira and Uther. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything in particular from you, Clara, or are you content to sort of keep an overwatch with the bird?
Yeah, I'm content to overwatch for now.
Sky will notice your guys' sort of activity. She'll keep a watch on how things are going, but she's sort of like following each of you with her eyes. You watch her reach for her weapon, but not pull it out. She's got a hand on it for now. Atira and Uther. Well, actually, first, Dafer, give me. You can either give me a strength-based intimidation check, or or performance with strength. Either one, I think.
I'm
Probably the same for both.
going to one thing. Performance. Yeah, I do not have a thingy in either of them.
So
If it's strength based, it's just a 1d20. It's just a strength check.
yeah, just a strength check will do then. Yeah, go for it. So you're just trying to look imposing, basically.
Or just noticeable, essentially.
Can I get a stealth check from our two flanking individuals? 14. And Uther. Ooh. You there, Walt? Oh, Walt's muted. Probably distracted by something. 14 on Adhira's roll. Adhira, as you're approaching the individuals, is there anything you want to try and work out about them, or are you just purely focused on, like, catching them, as it were?
Interested in what they look like.
Give me a perception check. It's a lot of activity that's going on around you. Obviously, you can see they're in some kind of uniform. It's more of like a lab coat style uniform than anything, like a researcher rather than an engineer, you would say. Older individual, as said before, maybe in their 50s or so. That said, they've looked after themselves fairly well. They're a little bit gaunt, is the only thing you'd say. Like, they seem healthy, if like a little underweight maybe is one of the things you would notice about them. There's something about him that seems weirdly familiar to you, Adhira, that keeps throwing you off. And it's not like, oh, it's their face. It's not like, oh, I do recognize this ring or anything like that. There's a certain like energy or vibe to him that seems to like resonate with you.
As a player that narrows my thoughts down to like 3 options and none of them are good.
So what's it?
Can you give me a stealth check, Uther, as you're approaching as well?
Oh, sure. Sorry.
No
click.
problem. I know.
My sister stepped into the room.
I assumed it would be family. 23. Okay.
Yeah.
You notice, Uther, as you come closer, like, Adhira is taking a look at this guy. As I said before, older gentleman, a little bit gone, looked after himself for like 50 odd, but a little underweight. And there is something about him that seems familiar, Uther. There's like a vibe to him that isn't like his face or how he looks or even like the ring seems familiar or anything like that. There's just some sort of vibe about him that seems to remind you of the past. He does seem to have... you can give me a Arcana check. He does seem to have noticed Adhira, but he hasn't noticed you, Uther, and he's backing away from Adhira and starting to turn in like your direction. As you can see, he's starting to take off. On a 24, the Arcana check was to work out what seems familiar about him.
Yeah. See if he's disguised in some way.
It's not that he's disguised, but as he's turning towards you, as his robes slip slightly, his shirt comes up a little bit, you can see a quickfire shell across one corner of his body at like the hip. Is he does have one of these parasitic shells on his body, and is starting to make his way towards you in a pretty hefty sprint. What do you want to do, Uther? Adhira as well. You are there. You can see he's starting to run from you.
I can dash 120 feet and start like use Empress Night Speed to overtake him.
Yeah, you certainly can. And then what do you want to do? Try and bind him or knock him out? Like, what's the...
Grapple. Like, keep him in place.
Okay, do you want to give me an athletics check?
Yeah. Oh no, -1. Oh no. I just
You fool.
oh god.
Adhira moves quick, and as she like suddenly appears behind him, he turns quick as well. There's an elbow waiting for Adhira. Her speed, she almost like puts her full
Knock
weight and speed,
yourself out.
slams
Jesus
into the
Christ.
output elbow, like almost does like a flip backwards. You want to give me an acrobatics check, please, Adhira?
Oh, I'm slightly better at those.
It knocks the wind from Adhira, but it doesn't like send her sprawling. She does manage to recover, but like blinks a few times as definitely got her brain rattled from like the sudden change in speed and the impact. This guy's stronger than he looks, obviously because of the quickfire. He's heading your way, Uther, but he looks like he's gonna try and like either like leap over you or barrel through you.
After our experiences with the quickfires, would I know if it's possible to damage it in any way, shape, or form?
The actual like shell creature itself can be damaged. Yeah, you know it has like the way it needs to be removed is delicate. If that's the only thing you can remember, like it can have a negative effect.
I'm not necessarily trying to remove it. I am just trying to render it to be less effective.
Okay,
Alright, I'm back.
You want cool? We've got Calamity. You want to like damage the quickfire shell on this guy as he's running. Give me an attack roll.
In worst case scenario, it is a slashing attack, so he will be slowed in some way.
Gotcha.
Advantage.
21 certainly hits.
And the numbers are. I forgot to click on the sneak attack.
Yep, you would have. Well, actually, I don't think you would have sneak because he sees you there, and there's no ally next to him.
But it's advantage. Yeah, it's an advantage. First attack.
I think. Is it? Oh, you're right. It's any advantage, right? Yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll sneak as well, please. Thank you. Sorry, I don't know why I remembered that differently, but you are right.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
12 damage. It is not enough to like knock him out of trying to run away, but it does slow him down. You do see him wince as the blade kind of scratches along the surface of the shell. Shell's very hard material, but your blade designed to pierce them slices through a good section of it. It is enough to slow him that suddenly Sky is there. The chain from her axe kind of wraps around his arms, and she just reels him in and takes him like down to the ground. A big heavy boom slam, enough that it like sends a bit of a rattling shockwave through the rest of the area. As she kind of comes up from pressing him down into the ground, he does appear to be more inert. He's not like completely unconscious, but somewhat similar to Adhira taking that impact. She has detained him, and he is a little out of it. She looks around and announces to us, just like, EK business, everyone back to your work, and like raises up the little pin badge that she has and shows it around. And then like drags this guy over to a quieter corner while he's still sort of discombobulated. Anyone want to do anything? Obviously, he's got the injured quickfire at his waist, which is exposed by the way he was wrapped up with the chain. I don't know if anyone wants to like study the ring or look at the quickfire or search him.
Far was our expert on removing the quickfires before, right?
Expert is pushing it so far, but I can have a look.
Cool. I'll be taking his ring.
You want to just take the ring off of him, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a sleight of hand check, because he's, like, semi there, and he is wearing a quickfire, so he's surprisingly strong. 18, you managed to slip it off of his hand. You managed to take it from
mine.
Clara, as you kneel down to get at the quickfire shell, it detaches itself. A series of small spindly legs grow out of the soft underbelly, and it starts to scurry away along the ground away from you.
Well done, Clara.
Catch it.
What do people want to do?
I would
Ah.
definitely try to catch that thing because that looks like it could actually harm people. Like that seems like very much EK business to grapple with.
Quick,
Stabbing it.
out of character, was the last one sort of as alive as that, or is it kind of like a?
No, it was not.
Because I remember it just being like a piece of chitin that kind of attached itself. Like, this is new.
No, they did react. You could feel that, but
Yeah, they
wasn't
did.
alive.
It didn't try to flee.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dafer, you were gonna try and grab it. I think that's an athletics check.
Yes, can do.
What are you doing, by the way? You're like reaching down for it, or you're like trying to jump on top of it, like trying to like catch a grenade? Like, what's the?
I mean, I've been a student for all of 21 days. Let's be real here. So I'm still running on like it in a non-well thought out manner like this.
Yeah.
I'm still running on instinct and just grabbing it quickly.
You like reach down.
Which, as we see, is not
You
working.
grab it. Despite the fact it's got these hard plates on the outside, as you grab it, it squishes down like something more. I don't know how to describe it. Like more gummy than you're expecting, which causes it to pop from your grip as it continues to scurry along the ground, just making its way towards like a series of. There are like grates and other pieces of like exposed underneath machinery, basically, that is heading towards it.
No, I'm going to try to skewer this thing to the ground.
Do you want to make an attack roll for me?
Yes, I would.
You'd have to chase after it, so you won't be able to steady
Shit.
it. 11, you dig your blade in, but because you're trying to like skewer it through, it's able to, you watch as its eye rotates up towards you in its head, so it's like one eye turns up and back towards you, and it scurries to the right a little bit more and continues making its way very quickly towards the open grate.
Oh my god.
Do we all have a chance of getting at it, or
I think
we...
Caliban is the only other one. Unless Clara wants to try and hit it with a ranged attack, Clara might be able to do that.
What am I doing?
There's like, you remember the quickfire shells that the gangs use? They're like the little parasitic shells. This one, when Clara went to remove it, has detached itself, grown little legs, and is scurrying its way towards an open grate to try and escape from you guys into like the depths of the machinery down here.
Okay, if I'm there, I'm gonna shoot it.
Yeah, you can take a shot at it. Go for it.
Okay.
23 hits. Boom! A bullet goes into it, sends it rolling. It's on its back and its legs are still moving. You watch as its legs push out a little bit more and try to lift itself up even though it's upside down, and it wants to keep trying to scurry away. But Caliban's shot has thrown it off course and slowed it a little bit. I don't know if anyone else has something they want to do.
This is what I immediately thought when you described it to me, and I'm gonna post it in the Empress City chat.
Oh boy.
Okay. I'd like to assist.
Not him.
Sorry, Dayfro, do you want to try and grab it now it's been flipped? Is that the...
I would like to assist Uther in like is it still on its back, or is it just about managed to get back on its feet?
It's still on its back, but yeah, it's moved its legs around and grown them out so that it can lift its body. So it's not inert, but it is still in the exact same spot and inverted technically.
I would it be easier for me, as opposed to grappling it, to kick it further away back towards the group, essentially giving them more opportunity to wail on it?
Yeah, give me an attack roll. I think that's probably like an attack roll to reposition it, basically, because it's so small.
I like to do that recklessly, if that is actually narratively acceptable.
Yeah, you absolutely can recklessly kick an object on the floor. I do it all the time.
Okay. That's an attack with boots.
Uh,
23.
Dayfra gets behind it and, like he's inventing some sport that's common here but doesn't exist anywhere else in this world, kicks it back towards you as this creature kind of sprawls back closer to where it started, pretty much near where you are, Clara.
Well, I guess I'm gonna take my opportunity to throw shit at it.
Yeah? What do you want to just throwing a weapon? Like, are you trying to cut it in two or like remove a leg or what's the?
I'm gonna try and pin it to the ground, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go for it.
18.
18 hits. You manage to get the kind of circular blade to impact, and you've got like sticky out blades on it as well, right? Like there's extra pointy bits. Yeah, so it's like wedged between two of those points as it slams down into the ground. It's still trying to get away, but it's obviously wedged there. At this point, it starts making like almost like hissing noises. I don't know if you ever heard like an angry like frog. They can make this like weird sort of hiss noise. That's the kind of noise that it's making.
Is it calling for friends?
But yeah, it seems
It's cursing terminus. We all know it.
The guy that it detached from has passed out, like just gone unconscious. Seems to be stable from what you can see,
Okay.
Clara. Look, because like he's not in danger, but it happened before as well, I think, right, where you got the quick fire off and there's like a wash of chemicals and it sort of leaves their body and they go unconscious. That seems to be what's happened here as well.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want this thing alive or do we want this thing dead?
Sam, do we know enough about quick fire to judge whether these things actually can be taken alive?
Sky will say, you brought with you a containment chamber for these things. If this is some sort of divergent miasmic creature or not, we could put it in one of the capture containers. It's small enough to be a cut-off piece of shell. We could take it back with us on the train.
Makes sense to me.
How do we hold it in the meantime?
She takes a canister from her pack, opens it up, slides it open, and what it normally is used for is containing divergent shell material. So like when you kill a divergent miasmic, you take a section of it and put it in there. For this, it's the right size for carrying one of these small quickfires, because you don't cut off that much when you're making the necklaces and other things that people use for shells. So she slides it in there, I guess.
Can I hold the canister?
Yeah, if you want to. Sure.
Shaking it slightly, how does it respond? Like a very angry scorpion in a cage?
It does seem to recognize that you're the source of this as it rams its small feet up against it. You watch the ends of the feet splinter out into like... in The Incredibles, there's that ball with like the long arm and it's got like the three...
Oh yeah, the Omnibot or something.
Yeah. It's got more like 6 or 8 legs, but each of the legs opens in like a 3-claw prong, like the Omnibot, and it like scratches against the glass trying to get you, but obviously the glass is quite thick.
Ooh, it's so angry. All right, what are we naming it?
We're not naming a divergent shell or whatever the divergent quickfire
Get
shell wants
attached to the parasite.
I'm naming
Sky,
it.
Sky takes the container from you and puts it in her pack again, and she says, "It's sample 1."
Sam for short.
I don't like that.
That's not a DM. It's
What are you trying to say?
Yeah.
Other Sam.
I'll parasite you in a minute.
She already is.
But
Hello?
Sky picks up the unconscious researcher, starts walking past like all of their colleagues and stuff who are very confused, and like some people that saw this little like squirmy creature go running off are all like murmuring to each other, but no one stands in her way as she just strides past everyone with this guy over her shoulder. And
I'm going to
starts-
point at the canister. If you see anyone with anything like that, please alert someone.
Sky will nod at you, Uther, and say, "Good idea. It could be more."
As part of an ongoing investigation.
Don't leave town.
And yeah, I'm gonna follow and like. Well, aren't we glad we came to the engineering department?
Yeah.
Do we know how long he'll be out? I didn't deal with the first lot of. I assume that's one of these quick fires.
It was like a good day, wasn't it?
Yeah, something
We-
like that.
Half day. Well, Liliana took a while.
Liliana is also not that old, so
The
Nods.
You might take longer, yeah.
the one issue I have is we should keep him close, right? Unless this was under his own will. Someone put this thing on it, and once they find out that he's been collapsed, then they might try and go for him again.
I'm not wasting 2 days babysitting him in the inn. We're gonna have to turn him over to the authorities and trust in the base commander on this one. I'll hand him off to the peacekeepers that are on guard down here and tell them to keep him under lock and key until I say otherwise. Hopefully that's enough. We'll take his belongings or anything else we find on him, but we don't have another rebreather or anything else like that. I doubt that he could survive the caves in his condition, no matter what.
I wouldn't want him at our backs either.
I suppose that is one other thing, although I doubt they're much of a threat in this condition.
Just takes an unfortunate situation.
You take a look at the ring. I'm no crystal expert, but maybe one of you can figure out what it does.
brain trust a symbol.
The ring is offered up on a hand between
One,
the group huddle.
what? I was like, okay, let me check his hand. No, wait, there is no ring there. Then Adhira pulls out the ring. I was like,
Magic.
ah.
Yeft.
Lore accurate Adhira probably grabbed this the moment she got elbowed.
True. But yeah, Sky will carry the guy off to give off to the peacekeepers that are stationed down here, sort of like the security near the pillar, leaving you with the ring to investigate.
3 gold says this guy has an accident in a cell.
Not
I can make
anything
an
I want to
Arcana
concern
check.
myself with.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can
I would
assist.
support this.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Okay, if you assist her, then can I roll a separate one then?
Yeah, sure. You can all dogpile on this.
I don't know how we want to
Super
go
assist.
Well,
Three rolls keep the highest.
From my mind, Adhira's Arcana is very differently rooted to, say, for example, your Arcana, Uther. So it would be 2 different
Right.
ways of looking at the same ring.
Ooh.
Uther, you're sort of immediately sort of sidelined by the fact that there's not much in the way of rune work on this. There are some symbols, but they aren't runes that you recognize, or they don't give off the same sort of feeling of like a living being that the runes do.
I'm going to sketch the symbols out just for reference.
Adhira, you've seen an object like this before. It wasn't made of crystal when you were sort of on the streets back at your home. There were some groups that had a lot of power and pull where you're from. They would give these rings as gifts to members of their organization. On the surface, it was a gift that would allow them to do certain things. It's like a a method of casting small-scale magic, but embedded into it was a sort of fail-safe. People that ever betrayed the confidence of the groups that gave them these sort of rings, they would die. These rings have some sort of failsafe in them that kills the individual wearing it should they give up some sort of information or even voice a change of heart as to their loyalty to the group.
So we got to get this guy in an anti-magic zone, don't
Well,
we?
the ring's no longer on his finger. If he was if he was captured and interrogated and he said something, he would have died on the spot in front of you guys.
That's crazy.
If we wear it and we don't know anything about this organization, we don't suffer the same consequences.
Yes, that is true, but what will happen instead is, as you gave yourself the ring, if there's ever a moment in which you say something that betrays your own confidence, you would perish. So the idea would be like, if you ever gave away a secret or something you held personal to yourself at the point of putting the ring on, it would kill you. So if you ever had like a change of heart about being embarrassed about something and talked about it to someone, you would die while wearing this ring.
Maybe we just don't put it on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
so
a thought.
she's realizing just how bad this is.
Yeah, that's the smartest thing we've agreed on all day.
It's not an exhaustive list, though, is it?
What does the ring do again?
Oh my god.
Essentially,
It's like a loyalty ring in a sense. Like if you betray the loyalty of the group or individual that gave it to you, then it kills you. But it also gives you some minor magical like benefits as well.
Hold on, we could put this to use.
No.
no,
Please no
Caliban
war
will
crimes.
not make
Please no
you
war
a
crimes.
slave army.
Caliban's going to have
Caliban
a
would
human
never
moment of
bring-
admission, and it's gonna fucking kill him.
Oh my god, this is it. No, never mind. I'm back on Caliban's side. Let's use
Clara, I love you. Ugh.
Oh god. Sky returns after a little bit. I assume, Atira, you tell her about the ring. She'll take it again and just say, I'll keep this on me for safekeeping, so I'll put it in my pack, and whoever gave them this, I doubt that they knew the full effects of what it did, or if they do, then they were very loyal to the group, so I'll be interested to question them when he wakes up.
So, this is leaning towards a Glomide sect in this area.
I mean, the Glomide are the only other group you've seen with the quick fire shells. However, they were developed for use kind of during the rebellion wars by Empress City, but they were banned because of the side effects that were discovered to occur. So it's not like it's not like it's only known to them, I would say.
Right, but I mean, like, it's a weird coincidence.
Oh yes, yeah, absolutely.
Like the knowledge about them likely isn't unique. Access to them, on the other hand,
Absolutely.
I would declare somewhat rarer. So I'm actually more on the train that maybe it's not that the Glow might have an outpost here, but more that like the overarching group on an overarching alliance of trying to do a rebellion in Empress City might have the Glow somewhat incorporated into them, and also have like an outlier or a few people here. That's more my assessment.
Both possible. But with that, Sky will, like you want to say, how about we explore some caves? That's what we came here to do, after all.
The original mission still on the books.
You guys start making your way back across the central cavern, heading towards a section of the cave known on the map as the Pillory. The closer you get, you can see where the cavern connects. It's like a thin tear where two sections of stone have sort of slid past each other a little bit and left a pretty wide it's like a shifting of the stonework. You can see where the sediments kind of line up and how it's sunk past one another. But it leads, as such, from one lower cavern into this higher cavern. There isn't much in the way of light sources here, while the central chamber is lit up very heavily by bioluminescent mushrooms. As you're coming up to the threshold that moves from one section of the caves to another, it's a veil of darkness ahead of you that is very difficult to see through.
Oh, we're heading through to the pillar?
Yes, yeah, from the central chamber into the pillory itself.
So basically,
Did we pack
massive
light sources?
cavern, no lights.
There are torches in the packs, the like adventuring sort of packs that were given to you to explore the caves. I don't know if everyone lights them up, but they're not like torches in the traditional sense, but more like tubes filled with paraffin with like a top section that soaks, and then you light it. It's not a glow stick, but it's more like it's got like a liquid fuel in it that's soaked up by the top section, and then as it burns, it soaks up more fuel into the top. I don't know if anyone in particular wants to carry a light source, or whether all of you would like to light one of these torches or not.
I would argue, with the way my weaponry works, which is basically fists, I can actually carry a torch and fight, which is why I should carry a torch.
Okay.
I can carry a torch as well because my scythe is one-handed and my spectral arms are not really my arms.
I'm gonna pull out the dagger that I had continual flame cast on.
You do in fact have a glowing dagger as well, yeah. So we've got three sources of light. We've got Dafer, Adhira, and Uther. Are you guys gonna go like front, middle, back in the pack of group exploring, or?
Can I crack Calivan's scarf like a glow stick?
I have concerns about how you've been washing that thing. It would definitely,
I've only worn it for like 2 days.
it would definitely sparkle in the light that is being given off at present.
I turned into a human disco ball.
We know you can, buddy.
Answer.
But yeah, is it like Dafer at the front, Adhira, Uther, or how do you want to, or all three of you at the front, or?
No,
Dafer front makes sense to me, given.
Yeah, no, I'll stick to the back.
And Adhira, would you like to be in the middle, or would you like to sort of be off on your own a little bit? Like, what do you want to do?
Probably a little bit off on my own.
Okay.
For better, for worse.
All right. Those of you proficient in perception, give me perception checks.
1 sec.
My modifier for this will never not be funny.
16, 12. 2 isn't the most awful thing, I suppose, for some.
Oh wow.
4. Okay, so.
Oh wow. Are we all doing
Yeah,
perceptions?
anyone who's proficient can give me a perception check.
Yeah, sorry, I got sidetracked reading something on continual flame that
You're good.
apparently a third level continual flame just counteracts the darkness spell because darkness only affect. What the fuck?
Yeah, I think you have to upcast darkness because darkness is like any
I
spell
think-
lower than it or something.
No, I think darkness just specifies level 2 or lower.
Oh, okay.
So it just hard counters it.
Very interesting.
That was a disgusting perception check, though. I hate it.
An unfortunate roll. As you move forward, the light starts to peel away the darkness. With the slight spread of the group, you can see these tall stone pillars that seem to connect 100 or so foot tall gaps between the ceiling and the roof. It's not all one big chamber, however. You can see pockets in different directions that lead off, taking you like away from this main path that has these occasional nailed down. They're like little flag things, like little red flags that seem to mark out different trails that have been explored. Here, the mushrooms have changed, as it's still not devoid of mushroom itself. There are little charcoal gray mushrooms which look like they're scaled, like almost like stony lizard scales growing across the surface of the mushroom. You can also see some very tall mushrooms that have like little tiny pods on the top of them. And there is a constant dripping of water from above. Most of it runs down these pillars, giving, like in the light, the pillars look like they're flowing and shifting downwards with the constant flow of water. Second mushroom, it's like a tiny little thin wispy thing with a little pod at the top. There's a spiral of color that's from the top to the bottom, giving them an almost like barbershop pole look, but different colors, like deeper purples and blacks and things like that.
I call upon the face nature guide,
Yeah.
sort of manifesting him in my palm and letting him explain these what these do and what they are.
First thing he does is he takes his like little finger and like puts it in his ear and like wheels it around and says, "Gosh, that last chamber was loud. Everyone yelling over one another. No manners whatsoever. I mean, who's in charge down here? All those mushrooms trying to talk at once, yelling at each other, blaming each other, telling each other you're on my spot. Awful.
You can hear them talk.
They're bloody loud. It's getting them to shut up that's the problem.
Mushrooms talk?
You're just not listening."
I don't like this.
Yeah, the world once suggested that there was what was it called? Like a mycelial communication network that spread basically through the entire grounds of the earth.
It's very easy for mushrooms to call each other.
Do mushrooms have slurs for one another?
Why would you ask?
Why
that?
is that what you go to?
Absolutely not.
It's like
Yeah,
okay,
what are
good.
you, Roach?
Mushrooms are far more civilized than your species.
I could believe it.
It's like once you find out, like, oh, this thing capable of human language, well, how badly do they use it?
What was it you asked
Uh,
me, Gatira? Sorry, I was so deafened by the cacophony.
I lift him up. Probably bad idea. Lifting up the glowing spirit in the totally dark cave, making him a target. But I point out the 3 mushrooms that are sort of new in this area.
Mm-hmm.
What are they?
Mushrooms.
Oh, what do they do? What?
You don't know how you didn't see that one coming.
What subset of mushrooms?
Oh well.
You walked into that rake.
I
It was laid out for you perfectly.
First of all, I would like to say I may have invented mushrooms, but they've very much gone off on their own. They've got very little respect sometimes for me. However, I will say I recognize one of these.
Which one?
The scaly one.
Does it have a fancy and beautiful name?
Well, I know them as ignis mushrooms, but I'm sure your people have come up with something stupider.
Natural insight, or I guess whatever role it is for common sense. They have scales. They're called ignis mushrooms. Are they supposed to invoke something of dragons? Like, do they erupt in bursts of fire?
They definitely do have some sort of a draconic scale vibe to them. Whether they explode or what the other effect of it might be, you can't really tell by looking at it, but draconic seems fair.
I'm going to pass that along to the group, just sort of mark it as a potentially dangerous.
Fun.
1 second. Draconic is not amongst my languages, so never mind.
As far as I'm aware, they're very resistant to heat, which probably helps in this very... honestly, for a cave, this is downright tropical.
Volcanic.
This used to be like magma chambers of a volcano, yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe it has something to do with it. Like, do we still have, like, volcanic soil in here?
Yeah, a lot of the stone and stuff here are all volcanic rocks.
Something of natural beauty that I will never see as a human being.
I'm sure at one point you'll see a volcanic area. Never say never.
Well, I mean, like, inside a volcano.
I can put you in a volcano. Never say never.
So.
Sacrifice. Sacrifice.
Is the stone here rough, or is it more...
Here it's very rough, yeah. It looks like, you know, it was geologically active probably in the grand scheme of things not that long ago. In terms of, like, human lives, a very long time, but geologically speaking, relatively yesterday. Like, there's some sparkling to the stone as well. You can see that it very rapidly cooled, and it's all sort of shorn past each other, so maybe a chamber sank at one point and the section dropped. It could be the Calderis, like, used to be all raised, and then that was the only bit that didn't drop properly or something like that. Like, obviously you don't know enough about geology, but some things are starting to, like, fit into puzzle pieces as you're, like, looking around and seeing how things have shifted underground and what it looks like up top.
Okay. And so it looks like the drip of water that we get, like, will likely eventually smooth out a lot of the edges here, but like eventually is still a couple 100,000 years away or something.
Obviously this, like, tall pillar, the tall pillars are actually surprisingly smooth because of there's so much water flowing down them, but wherever it's dripping, it's more like spiky in sections where water keeps dripping and hitting it, and it's actually somewhat uneven footing anywhere that you're, like, following a set pathway. But if you look around, there are plenty of places that if you slipped, you'd impale yourself on, like, 30 or 50 different, like, sharp angled jutting out rocks. It's almost like teeth pointing out of most surfaces made of this black rock.
Nightmare. So what do we know what chamber Sky's friend had been in last?
So Sky is leading you guys down the waterfall caves because Kathy believed that something was in that empty space in in this middle section down here, right? Like, this was where she believed that there may be something hidden, and that some sort of civilization had a settlement down here a really long time ago. So Sky wants to take you down to the bottom and sort of see if there isn't a location that she made her way through but couldn't make her way back, or, you know, something like that.
Gotcha. Okay, and we are pillory, yeah?
Yeah, you've really only come, like, a short distance into the pillory, yeah.
Okay.
So, wyverns imminent?
Wyverns are common in here, yes.
Yeah, so keep an eye out for those. So, and we are making our way to the waterfall cave, so we'd likely need to we'll need to make our way past the well.
Yes, that is correct. Luckily, the pillory is at least somewhat explored. But yeah, after you guys have slowed down and checked out the mushrooms and stuff, Sky will just say, "We'll continue following the flags. Eventually they'll get to the edge of the waterfall caves, but from there we'll be on our own, unless Kathy left some sort of marker, which she may well have done."
Would you recognize one if you saw it? Like, from her specifically?
I don't know. hopefully it would be something more obvious like these flags or a colored marking, but you know, at least something I know isn't natural. But if I knew, it may not be hers, I suppose. I just couldn't think of anyone else that had been this deep or bothered to go this way.
What?
Hinder,
Yes, me.
washing the light from the torch over these pillars.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see anything yet, but if I close my eyes for a moment, can I hear anything moving around us?
Give me a perception check.
Just like giant bats.
Movement? No. Adhere. No sounds of scraping or anything like that. Clicking. Sounds of pulsing noise in the cavernous dark. Oh yeah.
We should move quickly. I don't like being out in the open like this.
Hey, Hinder.
Makes sense. Hmm?
Yeah.
How big would the barriers I make expand out to?
I think we ended up saying like a 5-foot square, right? I actually don't remember if I gave you
Oh,
a
yeah.
different
You gave me a different. I'm going to pull one out.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask Dafer for some assistance, and I'm going to expand the curved one.
Okay. And then what? You want to hold it in front of you as you go, or what's the
More, I think more over top of us, so that way,
Okay.
like, it doesn't, it kind of just bounces off and goes around.
Okay. So you want Dafer to hold it like above their head, basically? Is that the
Dafer's at the front, I'm at the back, so I figure that, but would that be enough to cover us?
So you'd
Or-
have 2 or 1, sorry.
I'm just trying to cover as much of the group with it as I could.
Because like
Or
so
Dafer could angle it in front. Here's the thing, I don't know which direction they're in.
See, yeah, so they could come from any direction. I think above you is probably the best option as you put
Yeah.
it. Obviously a 5-foot square in combat can only fit 1 person in it, but you guys aren't in combat, so I mean, you could cluster up around 1 person holding it, I think. It's going to be cozy, and your light sources are obviously going to be a bit more limited, but it would potentially protect you from them being able to see you while you're going through the pillory if you wanted to.
I think would be worth it, at least to hopefully prevent us getting jumped. What do we think? Don't
The
shield, try to
problem
reflect.
you run in
Mm-hmm.
problem you run into here is that Dafer does not have mountain living experience, and he does not have Caliban's quick adaptability, so he does have disadvantage on holding that shit up long term.
I'm going to help you.
You guys are also back underground, so you're back in an area where the air is a little bit better for you. You're not at the top of Caldaris anymore. So.
All right, we did have a 20-minute elevator ride
Yes,
down.
yeah, you did. Back into delicious, rich oxygen land.
I mean, we can do it now, or we can save it for later. I just figured it'd be something to maybe keep the bats off of us.
Yeah, do you guys want to cluster up around Dafer holding up one of these reflective dome things? Or concaves?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Alright. You guys move in closer, Dafer holding up the dome. Not long afterwards, you guys do begin to see movement. The first thing you notice is very pale skin. some of you have seen sort of wyverns from your local area. Wyverns always adapt to wherever they're from. There are mountain wyverns, forest wyverns, desert wyverns, tundra wyverns. There's many different wyverns. I guess none of you probably, I don't think in Laments you guys would have more like wyverns that bury themselves into the sand, and their wings are more used from like gliding from dune to dune. They're very quick moving through sand. This thing is like a weird mix between bat and lizard with these big ears, pink hues that go downwards in towards where it connects to the jaw. The eyes are completely sort of yellow translucent, so you can see through them into what looks like the cranial structure behind it. The skin is, like I said, all pale, but where the neck is down the front, the skin's so pale that it's translucent. You can see the beating heart and other organs, the throat muscles, all the musculature under the like big heavy set shoulders for the wings is completely visible in the torchlight. As it's moving around, you watch it wrap its tail around like a stalactite, snap it, and tap it on the pillar that it's clambering along, with water sort of running smoothly over its skin. Its head turning in different directions as it taps the spike of stone again and again, trying to work out where any potential prey is. I will show you it.
Rip pieces.
That is
Terrifying.
It does seem to be confused in a sense. It's almost like it can hear your footsteps and you moving, but as it's tapping and looking around, it can't detect the physical presence of you, only the after effects of your movement. As it uses the pillars to sort of clamber from one to another, its tail wrapping around the last pillar it was on, and then using its arms to grab onto the next, moving very methodically. For something that's clearly blind, it seems to have like a very intimate memory of where everything is within these caves, like a perfect recall for the environment around it, where things are, as it moves quietly, and once it's situated somewhere it looks like it can swoop from. Tap, tap, tap. What do you guys want to do?
I also have a silent spell, so if worse comes to worse, I can confuse it more.
If you grant me an area of silence, I can muffle more for the more long term. Actually, Sam, is this a viable option? Like, I have muffle runes if I have like an initial amount of time where I can set up like a muffle area, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Can I then like and that step by step?
Muffle would help disguise your movements, yeah. So what I would say was, if the dome wasn't there and you used muffle, it wouldn't help because it would have like a blurry image of where you are. But if you're muffling your footsteps and it's technically unable to see you because of the concave dome created by Uther, that
What
would work.
happens if you use the muffle on the dome itself?
I
Can't.
think
That's gonna punch
it
holes into it.
It would punch a hole through it because of the way Dafer's designed the mechanism, basically.
Okay.
It's for creating negative space.
Could I see the rune that Dafer's using and carve it into the dome itself?
It wouldn't work carved in because of, again, it uses negative space, so you'd have to put a hole in your dome, basically, which would obviously cause problems.
Like, you likely can reverse engineer it, but can you invert a rune on the fly?
Yeah, it would be very difficult to do Uther in this way. They're
Understandable. I curse the way you operate.
Two engineers look at each other. You're so inefficient.
I hate the way you do your things. The logic makes no sense to me. Why do you think this way? Your brain is broken.
We just got into comp sci real quick.
You have left no comments on this code.
And the ones you have left, I hate.
This comment just says, "Figure it out, dumbass." I'm not dumb. I just don't know how it works. But yeah. So you could obviously, like you said, at the moment of stamping it, this thing's gonna swoop at you. After the fact, it will work, but it will get like. It's either going to throw a stalactite at you or, like, jump on you, basically. If you did have a zone of silence, obviously that would render it blind, and then you'd be able to put the stamps down without problem. It just depends on what resources you're willing to use, or whether you'd like to just try and wait it out or move on, or how you...
Honestly, I'm willing to risk my... if I move I can move a little bit away from the group before I start making my muffle zone, right?
Yeah.
So that I am the initial stamping will of course like trigger some kind of attack, but at least I would be the only target if that happens.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm happy to be the target of that on my own. We don't need to risk a silent spell, which in my opinion can be used for more worthwhile endeavors.
Yeah. If you want to go ahead slightly ahead and risk the attack, you certainly can. You guys watch as Dayfer moves slightly ahead of the group in the direction you guys are going. Kneels down with the stamping tool and ka-chunk plants the rune into the ground. At which point its head tilts, ear one towards, the tail unwraps, and lightning fast it throws this rock over towards where Dayfer is. 11 versus AC, I imagine, doesn't hit.
That misses!
As it shatters with incredible force on the ground in front of you. Its arms open up and it starts to swoop down. It will slide past you and make one claw attack, which also scrapes across the surface of your shell. Before it returns to another pillar nearby, turns its head, starts listening, but as you're walking back to the group, your footsteps are muffled, and as you get to the dome, boom, it is unable to see you. It lets out some screeches of annoyance, which does attract other wyverns as you start to see 2 or 3 more come up onto pillars nearby and start tapping rocks. But those who get close to each other, they snap at one another. They're not working together. They're here because they heard the frustration of their rival hunter, as it were, and thought maybe there is something here.
Hey, Hinder, if I throw one of my little throwing discs and bounce it off a couple of stalactites somewhere, would that draw them away?
Yeah, it could. Do you want to throw a disc?
Yeah.
Are you just going for like as far away as possible, or are you like trying to? What's the?
Kind of diagonal behind us in a different direction. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you want to give me a deception check, but we'll make it dex based?
Fascinating.
Still want one of these eggs, Clara?
I mean, yes.
Replace one of the 2s with a 4.
So 2 more, basically. Yeah. So 16.
Yeah.
It clinks off in the distance. One of the wyvern's heads turns and it swoops off after it, leaving you with 2 nearby you instead of 3. Your path ahead is muffled. The dome is protecting you from its vision. You can continue moving forward if you would like.
I don't think this is gonna get much better. I'll try to set down the next muffle room within the area of this one, and I think that should be good. Good thinking on the dome, Uther.
guys.
So are we
continue-
sneaking forward, or
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah, continue
unless
to
anyone says otherwise.
continuing to
I think it was
continuing to move forward as a group, clustered together. You follow the path until you're sort of reaching the edge of the next muffled zone. You can see up ahead what appears to be like, it's not like a huge lake, but there is an area of water where you can see there's a bit of a vortex going on from the light sources you have. You can see the glinting of the motion of the water as it does seem to be kind of swirling down. There's almost like a gurgle noise as water comes down, and then, you know, like when you turn a bottle upside down and it forms an air bubble that keeps coming up because there's sort of a pressure difference. There's sort of that sort of glub, glub, glub noise coming from over in that direction. That seems to be where the flags are leading up to and outlining a path to. The wyverns are still following you, although they seem to be having a harder time with the background noise now that you've come deeper into the pillory. Dafer, you're putting down one more rune to kind of get you to this final section, yeah? It would invoke an attack, or however, it will be at disadvantage from them, so they will throw first at disadvantage. 13.
Misses.
And 20 as it gets a flyby scratch.
That hits.
You take 7 slashing damage to your shell as it glances across the energy protecting you. At which point it like excitedly lets out a noise as it thinks it's got something, and then from in the darkness beyond your vision sight, a much larger, heavier set wyvern swoops down and boom, collapses on the smaller one, and you watch as its teeth get the head, rip it clean off, and it starts chomping down on the one that was excited and thought that it had some food, as a much larger one attempts to steal its kill and kills the other wyvern in the process. This huge, ginormous, muscular thing.
how much larger in terms of
Maybe like twice.
mechanicals?
Maybe like twice the size. So it's like 20 foot by wingspan. Like absolutely ginormous as it swooped past. Most of the torches almost got blown out by the wing beat. Single push as it swooped back up to impact into this pillar. To the point where the like hanging stalactite that this wyvern adhered itself to, you hear a crack as one of them comes loose. Can I get dexterity saving throws from the clustered group, please? That is everyone except for Dafer.
I will note that. Wait, is something falling on us?
Yes, yeah, a stalactite is dropping from above as a bigger one
I
dislodged.
will note that the barrier has 20 hit points.
If you want to yell for people to stay under the barrier, you certainly can.
Do we think that it would be more or less than 20 hit points worth of damage?
It's like
Can't
a
see it.
it's like a sharp stalactite that's broken off and is falling, about the size of like my hand up to my forearms, like a decent chunk of stone, right? But at the same time, it's not ginormous.
I say we risk
I
it.
think the more interesting question is, how much does Uther trust his own work?
Up to you, Uther.
Full confidence.
Full confidence.
Full confidence. If nothing else, I'm going to stick around to see what happens.
How
Yeah,
much
I think with it being that size, I think we're probably fine.
How much health did it have? Did you say?
5 times level.
So
and
20
we're
20
level
hit points.
4.
So yeah, it takes 11 points of damage. Just wham! There is this breaking of stonework on top of this hardened clay that goes showering on all directions, but the barrier holds firm, if a little cracked.
Grinning like a lunatic.
But with that, the other wyvern hears the huge one eating and just flits off into the dark away from this as this massive wyvern starts eating its meal, and you guys are able to sneak past the feasting of this much larger beast.
Sam, just for my own reference.
Mhm.
So the wyvern that managed to successfully claw swipe at me,
Yeah.
how far away was that from me when it got flattened?
Oh, it would have. So it swooped like almost straight down, dive bombed you, caught you with the claw, thought it had you, went straight up and sort of over where your party was. So maybe 10 feet away and then like 80 feet up in a single instance. And then you would have felt a much bigger pressure, enough to make you like slide back a bit from just like the air pressure of its wing beat going down. So it would just been like a shadow that moved over and past you.
Oh, so it's still up top. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
they are above you, yeah.
Okay. I feel like it would be accurate to say then, given Dafer is still a pupil, and this is still very much not normal territory, that Dafer would have like fallen on his ass essentially, like when he noticed that one, destabilized and like kind of made uncertain by like the sheer size of that thing.
As the group gets closer, Sky will put her like hand on yours, Dafer, and help pull you up and just say, "Good job on the route. Keep moving."
Okay, off we go.
You guys continue to the water's edge. In the distance, at the edge of your light span, you see the viscera and gore of this meal, kind of just dropping sections of wyvern internal organs and sinew and wing, kind of flapping against the ground as it drops sections of its meal from on high. But you have reached the edge of the sort of gurgling war. There's more than one whirlpool, so where you were sort of further back, you could see there was one way down. There's like a series of small holes, pock marks in the ground that lead down into a mixture of like huge drops, huge waterfall drops, and then like submerged tunnels, underwater caves that all connect together in what is potentially a labyrinth that you could get lost in submerged spaces. Is there anything in particular you'd like to do as you're looking at these different openings down into the depths of this cave?
There must be a lot of water coming into this cave to support multiple whirlpools like that.
The cave itself, there's not much dripping down in any individual location, but the pillory is so big and everything sort of leads down into two focused locations. There's this whirlpool, and then there's the opening into the well that you guys sort of went around as you were traveling through. So there's a lot of water that drips down, but it all sort of collects here.
Okay.
There's lots of small channels of flowing water and things that you can see coming from different directions. And you know, technically, right above your head is the area where the artillery impacts, and the train line is like right above your heads that you came in on.
Clara, you got any idea on how to get properly down there?
In the
liking any
nicest
of the
way
options I can think
possible.
of.
I'm much better at getting up than down.
We might just have to toss a rope or two and just...
Looking at Sky, I guess this is what the climbing gear's for.
She nods. We have two options. We can rig up the rope here and use it to descend the waterfall on the other side from where the water's cascading. I don't know exactly how deep it is, but we do have quite some length of rope. Alternatively, we use the breathers and we try and find our way through the water maze. We can take it in turns to explore different routes and come back when we feel uncomfortable and try and map it out a little bit.
If we take the water routes, aren't we in constant danger of getting pulled away by the current into dropping into one of the levels below?
It is possible that there are tidal forces down there. Kathy's notes spoke about the waterways as being mostly safe if you don't get turned around on yourself. She didn't mention anything about being pulled into the depth, just that it was cold.
I vote for climbing.
The person coming from the desert would say that.
If we go the climbing angle, we'll slowly run out of ropes to use, but I do agree it seems safer on the surface, as it were.
We could at least go use the ropes to at least get down a little bit, so that way we're not purely doing waterfall runs.
Sure.
The thing with ropes is we might need them later because in the less explored areas. We have an option here now. We might not have one later.
Here's my question. How do we get up if we go the waterfall route?
Do you mean if you use the water tunnels, or do you mean...
Yeah, if we use the water tunnels, like, how are we getting back up?
Well, if you know the route, you can technically use the route to come back up, right?
So basically, there are water tunnels, and you can swim them up and down.
Okay.
Dropping.
Okay, that makes sense.
We're not dropping with the waterfalls.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, just climbing in a barrel and
Just
off we go.
climbing in a barrel and going over the side would be a wild way to do this.
Yeah.
Shell, take the wheel.
Oh.
If only one of us took that glider shell keyword.
Mm-hmm. Be useful here.
Yeah. Here's my problem. I have like zero faith in my athletic scores.
Well, are you talking about swimming, or are you talking about climbing down the rope? Because the ropes do have
Swimming.
Like I say, the ropes have like little attachy things.
I have the fun climbing.
Oh,
gear.
true. You've got the Batman wheel as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I have the fun climbing gear. So like, oh yeah, that'll be easy.
Skylar,
I'm down for whatever.
We can abseil this one. We'll use one rope and take it in turns. We can each clip to it, but if we need to come back up this way, we can, and then we can pull the rope back up. But we may as well take the first stage this way. I think it's more obviously safe, as it were, right?
Cool.
Okay.
You would know more about this than me, so I'll defer to the experts.
Caving isn't my usual thing, but...
I'm not saying it is, but I'm about as far away from caving as you can possibly get.
Who knows? We found all sorts of things down here. Maybe there'll be a tree.
I would like that.
A cave tree?
I suppose the pillars up there is probably as close as we're actually going to get to that, though. She'll rig up the climbing gear at the top, show any of you that have never done it before how to like secure the python and stuff, show you how the thing clips onto the rope. It says we should limit it to 2 of us at a time. So, who wants to come down with me first?
I will.
She nods at you, Tira. Are you comfortable holding a light source, or would you like me to take it?
I can hold it.
Okay. She has you sort of go after her, so she goes down first a short distance, and then has you attach it and sort of stays down there until you're secure and starting to move down. She keeps like within the halo of light as you start to descend down. Atira, give me a perception check.
Oh boy. Would it be better to not see anything or to see something? Not see anything.
As you're heading down, you're opposite where the waterfall would be, right? So if you imagine it's like a big tube that drops and it's like a circle, the waterfall's on the opposite side of the end of the circle to you, and you're going down opposite it. So occasionally you get like splashes of water from behind you, and you're already soaked from the gold bell sort of mushroom water dropping on you anyway, but it's like occasional sprays of cold, one of which causes you to turn around and look, and there's a brief pause in the water that's coming down, this like gurgle, and what you see is about the size of maybe like a Malamute, like a big dog. There is an eel head that is embedded into the cliff wall where the waterfall is coming down, and occasionally it sticks its head out and up and opens its mouth at the bottom of the waterfall, and you watch as like different things are swept from different levels of the waterfall down, and it occasionally catches something, be it like an old bat that's dropped into the waterways or other things, and is feeding on things that are dropping down the waterfall and then just pulling it into its hole in the wall and eating it from in there.
She freezes up and has a few more seconds of just like staring at where the head disappeared. She is going to whisper a warning back up to not get too close to the other side. Like, she'll point out these creatures to Clara.
It's just you and Sky at the moment. You're all alone
Oh,
with
okay.
your instructor. She's a little bit ahead of you, continuing down. She does notice you pause, I would think, so she like stops at the edge of the light and sort of says up, "Everything okay?"
There's something in the waterfall, like an eel.
She looks over, nods, and says, "I don't think it can reach us here. Not without falling out itself anyway. Just keep moving."
Hesitates, but eventually complies and starts moving back down again.
You guys continue forward until eventually about 180 feet down, like deep down, you find something to stand on. Here there is the rush of water impacting into the ground. There are lots of little pools with small like cave crustaceans and things clambering from rock pool to rock pool down here. As Sky reaches the bottom, she waits for you to come down and then starts like swirling the rope to make the motion at the top move back and forth to let you guys know that you can come down as she reaches the bottom. She looks at you, Atira, and says, "Take a look around, but keep an eye out for more of those creatures." What do you want to do, Atira? Do you want to stay close to her and just look around, or would you like to walk about a bit?
Oh, I was muted. I'm going to like sort of walk a tight circle around where we landed, just sort of sweeping the torch back and forth.
Give me a perception check. You notice a small black mushroom. In amongst the rock pools, there are little outcroppings of it almost looks like a crooked black finger, and then you've got a much more traditional, almost like a mushroom you would eat, like a chestnut mushroom. And then hanging down from it is a web of similarly colored dark material, like almost like a veil for like a bride or something like that. This like lattice work of fungal material that hangs down from the cap of the mushroom. And there's a few outcroppings of these mushrooms.
You recognize us?
There is a whisper that sort of sends that shiver down your spine. It says, assassin mushrooms, very poisonous, deadly things, known as widow's veils.
As a player, I was gonna guess what was her name, Widow's Veil, and I was right.
Mm-hmm.
She responds back, "Deadly to touch?" Question mark.
Consume. Bad to eat.
Adhira's eyes are going to flick back. Is Sky looking?
No, she's looking up at the road, watching the next two people come down. Watching the light in the distance start to descend.
Sort of morbid curiosity takes over, and she's going to pick a few, and I'm going to store them in the vessel.
You step forward, store a few in the vessel. However, with a 7 perception check, as you're forward
Oh no!
and picking these mushrooms, you turn, but your foot slips. You saw all the different rock pools, but some of them are bigger and deeper than others. As you step in this one, you slip and you go deep under the water. As your hands come up, you feel the bottom of whatever this stuff is, but it's almost sandy, silty. What do you want to do?
So I can't find a hole that I just came through,
No,
kind of thing?
Looking up, you can see, like, because your torch has gone out, unfortunately. But you can see that you've just come straight down. But what's surprised you is your foot's kind of sunk into, like, you can feel like a sandy material around your ankles, like near where your calves are.
Completely underwater?
You're completely submerged, maybe
Okay.
like 3 feet underwater. The surface isn't that far away.
I am going to try and extricate myself from the sandy material.
What do you mean, like grab hold of the sides of the pool and like pull yourself up? Or
Yeah.
can you give me an athletics check at disadvantage, please?
Fuck.
The more you struggle, the harder it holds onto it, Hira. And as you're trying to struggle, your hand slips. You feel a sharp cut on your hand, which makes you pull your hand in, but your other foot slips down as well. Your second foot enters into this sill, and you can feel it because it's wet and it's sandy and you've sunk. It's almost like literal quicksand. It has gripped onto you, and your right foot is deeper than when you started.
She's going to start panicking, and I think she will expend a point of spirit to call forth the arms in an attempt to, like, grabbing at everything, pulling herself back up using her strength.
Give me a wisdom check. Yeah, yeah, it's just a
Charisma.
wisdom. Is it charisma? Sorry, yes, charisma.
Yeah.
Your hands burst out. The force is enough that it breaks some stuff, and in your panic, you see from above you things start to drop. As you break the edges of the pool you're in, rock comes down on top of you and starts to push you down. Luckily for you, Atira, a few panicked turns later, I'm gonna need 3 Constitution saving throws from you. You feel a hand punch through the rock above you, grip hold of your hand, and start to pull you out. I need those Constitution checks, please. 14. Sorry, 4. 16. 17. It's the first moment of panic. There's something in you, Atira, that compels you to try and yell for help. You just see the bubble as it comes up past you, and you watch 20, 30 seconds of survival kind of float up past your face that causes you to close your eyes and focus deeply on trying to hold your breath. As the hand finds you, you feel Sky's grip around your wrist and strength kind of pull you up. You feel the silt try to keep hold of you, and then the next thing you feel is the second hand come down, and you feel your shoulder sort of scream in its socket as it tries to keep the grip between this one force pulling you up and this one force pulling you down, and you pull from the water, and you feel Sky's arms around you as she tumbles back with you sort of on top of her. She rolls you to one side and kind of looks down at you, trying to see if you have, like, if you're moving, if you're okay. Adhira, you do lose one hit dice from essentially like the strain.
The pool that I have
yeah,
this long rest?
Yeah. So you lose one hit dice from your pool that you have. As she pulls you out, and you're like, you like take that breath in as she's like, oh, are you okay?
Her response is like probably panicked, ragged breaths. Her arms, all of them, like kind of contorting in on themselves in that sort of panic, like some effed up dead spider kind of.
Yeah, with all the like spiritual arms trying to wrap around yourself.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. She puts her hand and she's like, you're okay. I think you're okay. The deeper we go, the more dangerous things will be.
And Vespa did this?
She did. Most days she did. She was very determined to be, some would say, right. I think that she just really knew there was something down here. She heads back over to the rope and sort of helps guide the rest of you guys down onto this area while keeping you near her, Adhira. And she'll just say,
Soaked.
yes,
Yeah.
absolutely soaked now.
Shivering. I'm probably using my scythe as a kind of like, as an extra little cane. Like, the image of the Grim Reaper, scythe over me, just kind of trying to maintain composure. I am very shook.
She'll just say to people as they arrive, be careful where you stand. It seems like not all of the rock pools are as shallow as they look. Adhira got into a tricky situation. She's okay. A bit rattled, but she's okay.
Adhira? I'd imagine I'd find her rather quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Shivering to the core. Okay, let me make this quick. Sam, how quickly would I be able to swap out my rune hammer heads from muffle to dry?
Yeah, you'd be able to change it out here. Like, it wouldn't take forever, but in combat it would be a little bit more difficult. But here, yeah, you can swap them.
Okay. Give me a second. I'll have something up and running for you. And I swap out. I take essentially a screwdriver, take out some of the screws from the hammer contraption that I have, and swap out the hammerheads to dry, and then essentially punch like half a dozen or so dry runes surrounding Adhira. I'm happy if that takes some of my energy or costs some.
No,
some
you're able to
resource.
puncture the ground a few times around. It doesn't like instantly dry you out, Adhira, but you do feel like from your feet where they're closest to the runes, some of the moisture starts to like. It's a weird feeling because there's no heat. It just seems to evaporate from you. There's no extra warmth, but the cold lessens in a weird way.
Thank you, Deva. I appreciate that.
Thank me for it by making sure you'll not have this encounter again next time.
Yeah, I'll try.
And pat you on the shoulder.
She'll look around the space where you guys are now with quite a small circle of light. There's like a series of different areas where water is falling through into this space, but most of it's kind of coming through cracks in the wall and like dribbling into the area. Apart from the waterfall that you just kind of came down past. So there seems to be like a subsection of the waterfall caves, like a compartment of it in a sense. And she just says, it may be the only way forward is one of those holes that Itira accidentally sort of discovered. There should be one maybe that we can use that's a little less dangerous, hopefully, to continue going forward. Split up, watch your footing, and take a look, but definitely move in pairs.
Lovely.
Well, that's not ominous at all.
Obviously, as you guys are moving around, you would all see these veiled mushrooms, as they are. Sky would recognize these as well and point them out and say, definitely don't eat those. Poisonous.
How poisonous?
Well, I think they've got a name that's something to do with assassination, so I'm going to go with very.
Oh. Is this also on the list of things we're not supposed to bring back?
Oh, I'm not your teacher. As long as no one... If you want to pick one, but don't eat it. She just says.
I've already picked a few.
Ooh.
I hand them to Uther.
Wash your hands off in the pool after you've handled it.
Don't want to go near that pool.
David would be nearby as she does that.
I'm going to grab a few more, just because, yeah, this will be a fun project for later.
Okay. So you've got, what, 5 of them? 5 caps?
Sure, something like that.
Okay.
We can probably get these to grow.
Anyone in particular want to look for anything down here? Obviously, you guys are looking for the way forward, but is there anything else people will be things people will be looking out for? Oh, obviously you all saw the giant eel on the way down, by the way, as well. The thing that was kind of water feeding from the waterfall. Filter feeding is what I should say.
Do those have a name?
Sky shrugs and says, want to name them? Cave eels. Let's call them cave eels.
Feels like a little bit lazy, but if you say so.
I don't know their real name.
As the person that had already written the cave eel article in the Eldrune wiki, I'm fine with that name.
On board. Approved.
Lara, do
Stamp.
you want to come up with a new name for them?
Look, I'm just saying.
I don't
feel like
see the problem with naming them cave eels.
It's certainly no tall boys, I'll give you that.
But how do they taste?
That's
Reacher would
to
like to
be
know.
decided. If you want to make sushi out of them, be my guest. But you fillet that fish yourself.
So,
Yeah.
Besides the hole that Adhira got stuck in, there are more around here then, yeah?
Yeah, the ground's like very pockmarked in different locations. Some of them do have more of these eels in, but much smaller ones than the one that was hanging out near the waterfall. There are little crustaceans moving around. There are the black-veiled mushrooms on different outcroppings. But other than that, you're kind of watching where your feet go, because some of these holes look quite shallow, but they seem to because of the way the light bends through the water, it actually goes kind of like down and off to one side if you step in it.
Can I look to see if any of them have been marked?
Yeah, absolutely. Either perception or investigation, I'm fine with either.
Try to see which That would technically be slightly better.
Investigation. Looking around, you do spot one. As you hold up your torch and the glowing dagger you have, Uther, as it would probably be one of the better light sources in the environment. It's so wet down here that the torches kind of sputter in and out, need to be relit every now and then. The dagger, you see there's some sort of reflective, maybe like waterproof paint that's been put on the lip of one of the holes, that as you move the dagger left and right goes from like being reflective to kind of like a sort of soft yellow color that kind of stands out in the environment.
I think I found our entrance. Or one she really didn't want people to take, depends on what she used yellow for.
I don't think she'd mark a dangerous one. That's confusing. She'd probably just mark the one that was forward or safe.
Sorry, I feel like I kind of missed something. You spotted a mark? In what sense?
She had painted around one of the holes.
Oh, okay.
I'll go to it and pop in the rebreather and check it out.
Yeah, do you want to just drop into it with the rebreather, or do you want to like kneel next to it and like put your head under?
I'll just drop in.
Okay. I suppose you've got most of the people around watching anyway. Taking the dagger with you, I presume, for a source of light. Yeah, give me a perception check.
Oh boy. Whoa, shuffle.
As you drop down and you hold up the flaming dagger and you look around, you can see more markings, like a dotted line that moves along parallel on a tunnel that you're next to. You can see it gets quite narrow at a certain point and seems to then loop down, and you can see the dotted line go down off into the corner. There are other ways to go as well, but they've not been marked. You can also see that like it's the same paint as before, so these dotted lines and markings only seem to show up in the light of stuff. So light being down here is somewhat important if someone wants to follow the line.
I'm going to pop my head up, look around, tell them that it's marked, but it's going to be hard to see without a light.
Sky will say, we'll tie each other together. We'll move as one, and we'll have one person hold the light, follow the line. But first, we should have someone explore forward and follow it to make sure it comes up somewhere nearby. I can't imagine Kathy having more than the rebreathers we have, but she could have had multiple, so I don't know how long the route is.
Well, I'm already soaking wet, so... And I'll just...
Sure you're safe going on alone. Do you have any way of signaling back?
Not in particular, but...
She turns to Clara and says, you have your familiar still, yes?
Yes. If you need it.
Would you be comfortable exploring the route ahead, Clara? You can have your familiar core if you need help.
Oh, boy. Well, this was going to happen eventually, I suppose. Sure, I'll go take a look.
I hand her the dagger.
She pulls you up out of the water, Uther.
Kind of just hanging there, wet cat look. Thanks.
She shakes you off like whipping out a wet towel or something. Puts you down.
I mean,
you probably heard bones popping when that happened.
Let me clear some space for you. Like, I look for one of the areas, and if there are like enough rocks jutting around, I'm just trying to like smash them into like so to have some sort of flat area to hammer dry runes into.
Okay. You make a space for Uther to dry off. Clara, dropping into the tunnel with the dagger.
It appears so.
Yeah. You drop in with the dagger held aloft. You can see these jagged tunnels, and you can also see like there are some where the markings are. There are sort of handholds that you can use to pull yourself along as well. So, Vespera, Kathy also kind of marked the route along where you can pull yourself. So it sort of spirals around the tunnel a little bit before looping down deeper.
I take a moment to appreciate her dedication. But yes, I will follow myself down.
Okay. You start to drag yourself like hand over hand moving along the tunnel. Heading deeper, you feel the pressure start to build a little. It's like the pressure in your ears as you're heading sort of down this shaft of water. Letting yourself almost drop, but pulling yourself along at the same time. You eventually find yourself kind of sticking out of the ceiling of a much larger watery cavern. You want to give me a perception check?
Sure can. 22.
Looking around, it's sort of like the size of like a normal living room sort of space. Like it's pretty decently big. It's obviously jagged and uneven in different directions, but you can see there's a bunch of different routes out. You can, as you move the light forward a little bit and it fills the space, you see little almost like little cave squid creatures that flurry out of the light and slip down into different holes, except for one that remains on the ground and just like picks up a rock and covers itself. So it sort of like hides from the light under like a little rock that is still smaller than itself, but covers up where its like eyes are, these big, almost like giant googly eyes is probably the best way I can describe it. These like huge socketed eyes.
That's adorable.
You can also see there are two main routes, one left and one down. They both seem to have paint markings on them. From a distance, it almost looks like writing that's been painted, but it's too small to see from where you are. At least on the left route. On the way down, it's just the dotted line.
I'm gonna try and make it a little bit closer so I can investigate the markings a little bit clearer.
As you get closer to the writing, it just says in trade and in common, it says potential archaeological site, ? Stonework looks like worked stone, could be trick of erosion, and it sort of like spirals around that one opening as it heads that way. That's the and then inside that tunnel you can see dotted lines from there that seem to head off that way.
Is there any way to tell between the sets which set might be older?
Ooh, either survival or investigation.
Oh, options.
Also for my own
I
head,
have
so there were
proficiency in
two
survival.
Tunnel paths.
There were,
Oh.
and both are marked with the same piece of text.
No, only the one that heads left. The one that heads down has no text.
Okay. Okay.
Looking at them, Clara, the paint doesn't seem to have worn too much. It's obviously waterproof to some degree. Looking at the two of them, you can't see too much of a difference that would lead you to tell which one is newer and older now.
I suppose I will climb back up. Like I have done my job. I have assessed the path forward. Apart from there being two paths forward.
Yeah. As you resurface, Sky will help kind of get you out of the water and just say, "Is it clear?"
There are some creatures down there, but they seem, well, more skittish than aggressive.
She nods. That's a good sign. Find the way forward?
I found two ways forward, that's the problem. and both of them appear to be marked. So, I don't actually know. One appears to be an archaeological dig site, or at least that's what's written on it.
Interesting.
The other just has dotted lines. Someone's creating a path to trace back.
That'll be Kathy.
She went down both paths by the looks of things.
One heads deeper, or at least heads down, and the other heads towards a potential site of interest for her. She could be either way. My initial instinct was to keep going deeper. The deeper we go, the more dangerous, the more likely something had happened to her. But if something pulled her attention to the side, she could be there.
The marking of potential archaeological site tells me that this is like a do later kind of thing.
I guess we can inevitably check both at some point. This one is closer to the surface. That does make it easier to get to. You think we just keep heading down, Dafer?
I mean, we're trying to first and foremost find her. Given that she marked both ways, I'm currently leaning towards the other unmarked path, being the one more likely where she went.
It is true that she could have come across the more close to the surface place first. Maybe she's already cleaned it out. We can always come back, I guess.
Or do we think we really want to take a look at the archaeological site? It might contain stuff that could be relevant.
That's true.
To either Victor or something else. Anybody have an opinion there?
I don't really know what to make of any of this, to be honest.
Seems 50-50 to me, says Sky. It's a shame no one carries coins anymore. She'll just sort of say under her breath.
I have one.
You do?
Of course you do.
You can always flip a coin.
Fascinating.
I can flip a real coin if we have it. So
Yeah.
what do you want to
makes
sign
sense.
for heads, and what do you want to sign for tails?
Let's roll a 1d2.
Actually, I was about to say I think it makes sense. We have made it through this very nicely, so I think it makes sense for us, or I think we can allow ourselves to check out the excavation site.
Let him flip a coin though, as a treat.
We'll flip a coin. Heads for the archaeological site, tails for deeper. That makes sense.
I cannot promise not to completely fumble this.
I believe in you. You can flip
Alright.
a coin. Just don't flip yourself in the process.
Depends. Like in
One
Empress
second.
City and where. Actually,
I need to move all obstacles.
does Atira's culture still have like?
But no!
Oh no!
Oh my god.
It's tainted by the
Heads.
heads. Okay, that's the archaeological site. She'll not.
It is a heavy sort of ornamental coin, so it's.
Oh, okay. Excuses are welcome
Thank you
Um,
for justifying.
here.
Yes.
Sky
Yes.
will just say, it seems like luck agrees with you, Dafer. Let's take that as 2 points of information and go for the archaeological site.
All right.
I think that's a good place to close off with you guys heading down into the underwater archaeological site for the week, and we'll pick up next week. I think that's my plan for us.
Wahoo!
Wahoo!
My shield worked. Fuck yeah.
It did work. It worked really well. It saved you from the